my beautiful chat? G'day boys, I'm back. I'm finally alive. How are we, boys? I can use my voice, mate. Listen to me go, chat, I'm alive. My neighbors were probably so happy to have a few days off. Oh my god, my neighbors must have been like, he's not screaming like an idiot every single day for hours at a time. This is lovely. Oh my god. How are we, guys? What's good, man? How are you, Nacho? What's up, Alex? How are you, random person? My first... I know, Nacho, you usually don't get first. You usually like to let the chat build before you start moderating. It's good to see, Nacho. How are you, guys? What's up, Jesse Wheel? It's good to see you, mate. I think you're one of my brother's friends, aren't you, Jess Dog? How are we, guys? What's happening? Not much, Loyalty. What's happening with you, dude? I thought we'd, check on the day's news. Loyalty, let me tell you what's happening, Loyalty. I'll tell you what's happening. Number one, we'll check on the day's news and we'll discuss this Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira bullshit. Number two, I'm going to catch you guys up on my plan for the Wang Half t-shirts, which have not landed well at all. The Dougie's Corner community is not nearly as based as I thought it was, which is okay. I've made an adjustment to them that I think you guys are going to enjoy. And then number three, we might do a career watch along because I do feel like getting out a nice, long, thick live. So we'll go and watch some fights as well. So that is sort of the plan for the day, or we might finish the wasteland of the quitters. We got a bit to do today. I'm looking forward to today's stream, chat. So yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be feeling good. It's good to be feeling healthy again. A little bit of sniffles, but none of that like inflammation that was at the back of the throat that was causing me so much pain. That's all gone. Now it's just a bit of a runny nose, which we can absolutely deal with. So it's good to be back, chat. That's the plan for today. That is the plan for today, boys. That is the plan for today. How are you, Chrissy J? Scorner can use his voice. The neighbors will be sending me smallpox again. They will. The neighbors are furious. How are you, Eric? Good to see you, mate. Look who decided to finally come into work. I know. God, you guys do not like me not streaming for a day, do you? You guys hate it. About to start a poker tournament. Just checking in with the boys. Hey, enjoy your poker tournament, Alex. I hope that you win lots of money. I wasn't lazy. I was dying. How are you, Portuguese Herzog? Good to see you, man. Half the community didn't know what it meant. Casuals. I know. It's weird, Eric, because I get so many reels from you guys, and you guys make so many edgy jokes that I thought, like, fights and Wang Half, they would go together perfectly. But fights and Wang Half did not go together nearly as perfectly as I thought it would. Which is okay. That's what happens when you're a creator, when you're throwing things together. Some things are just going to miss, and that's all right. Not everything's going to land. How are you, Mickey Ward? Good to see you, mate. Absolutely love you, Mickey Ward. Sorry there haven't been any videos lately. I've just been sick, but that's all right. We're back on it next week. Your face at Hex when discussing the Wang Half t-shirts is seared into my brain. What was my face at Hex? Was it just disappointment? Utter disappointment? I'm going to get, by the way, I'm going to get myself a Wang Half hoodie. I'm going to get my Wang Half, brother. Yeah. I know some people liked it, but no one bought it and they didn't get any clicks. Like, I can see if people even bother perusing the Wang Half t-shirts. No one even bothered checking them out. I'm still going to get myself the Dustin Poirier Wang Half hoodie. I'm absolutely going to get myself one of them, but that's it. But I've made adjustments. I've tweaked them. I think you guys are going to like this new idea. And if you don't, then... oh, well, it is what it is. Get yourself fit. Well, I'm feeling much better, Mickey Ward. Long, dirty, girthy, thick, veiny live today. Is this guy still sick? No, try. I took the day off yesterday and finally got over it. It was a blunder. That's all right. It was a blunder. You know, what are you going to do? These things happen. How are you, Bilal? Good to see you, Bilal. I hope you're well, man. I hope you're well. 25% of the sales go to Nick. They should have gone to Nick. Maybe that would have helped support the Wang Half movement, but it is what it is. Right, let's get into the news, shall we? Let us get into the news. Not that. This is the news. So UFC Brazil, come down here, news. Let us see you more. There we go. UFC Brazil reported that Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira is the BMF title fight, which is obviously targeted for UFC 324. They released this on their own news channels, did UFC Brazil. I don't believe him. I don't believe them. This is what I think happened here. This is what you can't win them all. I know you can't win them all. That's all right. That's the thing. You just try some ideas. The ideas don't work. It is what it is. Lesson, never pray for someone in Hebrew. This is true. This is true. We need Wang half balaclavas with Dougie's face. You know, they do balaclavas in the store, but again, I don't think anyone would actually buy that. I've got to make things that I think you guys would actually enjoy and want, and I think I've done that this time, but who knows? I thought I did that with the Wang half range. Here's what I think happened here. How are you two, Smelly? Good to see you, mate. I think that this fight was originally made for UFC 324. I think this is one of the fights that the UFC obviously have ready to go in their back pocket. This was the fight that they were going to go with. Instead, they chose to go with Paddy Pimblett and Justin Gaethje, and they are going to save this fight for March in Miami. I think this was the original plan for UFC 324, or a backup plan for UFC 324, and that is why Brazil had it ready to go and were ready to announce it. And the Brazilian marketing team, who always fuck things up, just didn't get the memo that we were moving on to something else. That's what I think is going on. How are you, Sharma? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Thinking about going to the gym, but my back is sore from yesterday. Nacho, it's Sunday, mate. Sunday's a rest day. I know you're in your era right now, but you just enjoy your Sunday, dude. Eric the Grapist was donating in Guru's chat yesterday. Is that what got you sick? I thought I heard some of the Dougie's Corner community in Guru's chat yesterday. I was hearing Guru argue that piss is indeed not stored in the balls. Some classic Dougie's Corner memes. I heard them going in the Guru stream yesterday. Dougie secretly owns an America First hat. I do not own an America First hat, no. Did you see Pereira smoke a dude in sparring? I did. Pereira absolutely fucking slept somebody in sparring. Crazy. Guru got owned by Joey. Yeah, he kind of did. He kind of did get owned by Joey. He did, yeah. I mean, Joey's got that voice clip of Guru saying MMA Joey made me turn off the stream early. That's kind of a win for MMA Joey, as much as it sucks to see being on Team Guru. Yeah, not good, mate. Foot stomp the like button. Foot stomp the like button. I'm about to rip into some cones. There you go. Bilal gets it. It's Friday, mate. It's Friday. Bilal totally gets it. It's Friday? It's Sunday. Rip into the cones. Relax. Also, this piece of news that I want to talk to you guys about. Only 8 fights on the card. People are freaking out because all of you... How are you, Tony? Good to see you, dude. I haven't seen you in ages, man. I haven't seen you in ages. People are freaking out because UFC 324 has only got 8 or 9 fights on it. They're going to grow out the rest of the card. The rest of the world still has pay-per-view. Australia still has pay-per-view. Canada still has pay-per-view. TNT still has pay-per-view. The Middle East still has pay-per-view. Right? These cards are still getting built out. So the internet freaking out that there isn't prelims anymore, or that the cards are going to have less fights on them because they're not pay-per-views. Everyone just needs to calm the fuck down. Let me read some chats. Good to see you, Tony, man. What's up, man? How are you, Tatsuro Yamashita? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you guys. What's the deal? Doug, we're just kicking back, doing the stream, hanging out. Dougie, I'm busy these days. My son was just born. Well, congratulations, Tony. Shout out to your son. I'm going to be listening while I work in my truck. Glad to catch a stream. Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah, shout out to you, dude. And I've also been getting comments from people who listen to the streams back in podcast form. So yeah, shout out to everyone who listens back to these in podcast form. And shout out to Tony. People forget, man, Tony is one of the OGs. Tony F1 MMA. Literally one of the OGs. Tony was in here when there was like 5 people in here. Are you sick? If so, get well soon, Dougie. Oh, I am on the arse end of my flu. Today will easily be the last day. Everyone crying about Alex knocking him out, but it's not his fault if the dude wants to go hard with him. Oh, yeah. I saw the dude was sparring hard with Alex Pereira, and Alex Pereira was like, all right. You want to fucking play, mate? We'll fucking play. Slept him. Dougie took a night off and there was almost a rebellion in the Discord. I know. I was showing my friend that last night. I was like, look at these fucking... If I take one day off, look at them screaming. Screaming. Can't a man be sick? This is the problem when you work for yourself. The plaster still has to go on the wall. The stream needs to get done. When you work for yourself, there are no sick days. I cancelled my trip to Israel to watch this stream. Thank you, Nitro. You never should have been going there in the first place. What's up, Cayman? How are you, man? I'm just going to say it how it is. UFC promotes British and Mexican fighters. Most of them suck. They aren't well-rounded. They have terrible gyms. They're not championship level. And if that hurts someone's Mexicans' feelings, Mexicans, boo-hoo. Cayman, you're absolutely right. Yeah, the UFC looks for certain markets to exploit. They do it for Australia as well. They don't need to do it for Russia because Russia has the Muslim fighters. But yeah, they look for markets to exploit. Dougie taking the day off streaming is the craziest thing since 9/11. I mean, it was one day, guys. It was one day. I know I try and stream even when I'm on the road camping. It was one day, guys. Discord was like, get back to work. I know. UFC certainly doesn't promote Lerone Murphy. This is true. Lerone Murphy doesn't get the rub from UFC. This is true. Lerone Murphy would have gotten beaten by Volk if he needed the chance. Lerone Murphy would have gotten beaten by Volk. I love, by the way, Cayman, that Volk has come out and said that he thinks Movzar and Lerone Murphy deserve the title shot more than Diego Lopez does. I was having an argument with myself about what champion would be like, this is just what the UFC wanted to give me. I think these guys deserve it. No other champion would do that other than Volk, man. Another win for the white man. Mexicans aren't white. Dan versus BSD. Salkilled versus Benil Dariush. That is for UFC 325 in Sydney, mate. Not UFC 324. I'm pretty sure that Spa was staged. They were doing a skit. I don't think the sleeping was... I don't think you sleep someone on a skit. Yeah. UK pay-per-view in March. Tom versus Garn. Lerone versus Movzar co-main. March is usually... No, is it May or March that's usually Miami? You know what? Maybe, Antoine. Lerone Murphy can go to the PFL if he wants a belt. Let him fight another British guy from Africa like him. Yeah, what's up, Northwest? How are you, man? Good to see you, dude. Shout out to you, Northwest. How you been, brother? Yeah, so the PFL can have such a 2026. Oh my God, the PFL can have such a 2026. It's insane. Like what this has done, and what this has done. What this has done, as well as UFC 325 with Diego Lopez getting the title shot as well, is just proven that the Paramount era is a new era. Because they do not have to sell pay-per-views, because they are just on a entertainment platform. Thank you, Northwest, for re-upping your membership. You're a legend, dude. I appreciate you so much, man. Because they are on a TV network now where there's no pay-per-views, they don't have to sell the pay-per-views, it's just entertainment now. The sport aspect was dying of cancer already in the ESPN era, and the Paramount era, I'm going to make a whole video on this, the sport aspect of MMA UFC is completely dead on arrival. It's dead. There is no sport anymore. The rankings mean nothing. Aljamain Sterling said it properly. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is be mildly popular and you will get the push. There is no sport here anymore. The PFL has got a real chance to step up and prove that they are the company where the best actually fight the best. If they start pushing that marketing and spending money on that, the PFL can make a real strike in 2026, except I don't think they're going to be smart enough to be able to do it. Dougie, you talked about us to your friends. I'm hurt, mate. I always talk to you guys with my friends. Always, all the time. You guys are my friends. All the time, mate. It was one day without an announcement. The level of disrespect. I thought you guys just assumed. I thought you guys just knew. I thought you guys saw how sick I was all week. Saw that it was Saturday in Australia. Heard me sign out on Friday night saying there might not be a stream and would be able to put 2 and 2 together. Sorry, my bad. People dug up a quote after Diego fought Gene Silva saying he thinks Lerone deserves a title shot. Even he knows. Everyone knows. Everyone knows it's Lerone Murphy or Movzar Evloev. March is UK. Right, March is UK. May would be Miami then. Thank you, Northwest. I appreciate it, mate. What's up, Shoreline Shaman? How are you, dude? Imagine taking those body shots from Alex, then getting shovel uppercut KO and people saying that it's staged. This is what scares me about the internet, Nacho. We've talked about this. This is what scares me about the internet. This is what scares me about meeting people from the internet. There's just a level of sanity that doesn't exist on the internet that I just assumed most people have. And doing this live stream has, again, proven that there is a level of sanity and a level of common sense that simply doesn't exist in the world. You would think that living through the big lie in 2020 would have convinced me enough. But no, I'm again, it's like when we saw DDP literally getting drugged in front of us and people were like, he didn't get drugged. That was just a bubble. Like, oh, okay. Okay, all good. Dougie, when is the Max versus Charles fight? It has been rumored to be for UFC 324. It was announced on UFC Brazil's Instagram and Twitter. UFC Brazil's Instagram and Twitter leaked the news and then deleted it. Northwest is base. Northwest is base. What do we do with Pico? I think they're way better than Pitbull and the other Bellator guys. He could legit be ranked. He looked good and sharp before he got slept. Apparently that's how Pico always looks though. I think Pico just rolls around the top 15, around just outside of top 15, gets himself in there. How are you, Paul? Good to see you, mate. Thoughts on Guru's new promotion, Racism FC? I like it. All your shorts are based on what country you're from. There are teams, Team White, Team Black, Team Asian, Team Muslim. I like it. I think it's good. Thank you, Algorithm Slayer. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Dana White is literally the example of money over integrity. We all love money, but Dana would cross the line to get the extra deal. Yeah, and I think he did. Cayman. Wasn't the UFC always more of a show than a sport? The matchmaking format is not fit for truly finding out the best. You need a competition formula as in a tournament, since the matchmakers will always be shit. Well, it was always a soup, right? The UFC was a mix. It was a little bit of sports, a little bit of entertainment, and it was mixed together, and it would be about, like 20% of the time it was entertainment, but the rest of the time the best would generally fight the best. You'd have the best fight the best, and then sort of pick out the most entertaining from that. I think now what we're seeing is a real seismic shift in the UFC matchmaking and as well as the title picture. The title picture now is a popularity contest, which is really, really not good. Dougie missed a day of plastering and just expects the homeowner to know that he isn't going to show up. Oh, right, it's not the same. If I met Gilly, you guys can meet anybody. You're a brave woman, Chrissy J. Brave woman. PFL invested all of their money on a guy that thought he was Wakandan McGregor. They are not smart enough to do now. That is the problem. Like, as much as Luke Thomas want to give the UFC shit for being a monopoly, I don't think it is. I think the problem is all the other competitors are idiots. I think the PFL is run by idiots, for idiots. They're insanely retarded. The PFL are a retarded company run by retards. You have got the UFC, which has built up a hardcore MMA fan base for 35 years and is now crossing over into the mainstream and turning its back on a hardcore MMA fan base. And you are this meritocracy-based system with literally $500 million of Saudi investment money. You've got these fighters like Aljamain Sterling and Movsar Evloev. You've got fighters that want to be in a tournament and have the best fight the best. You've got this audience that wants to see the best fight the best. You've got all the money in the world backing you. And you give us robbery, corrupt decisions in the Middle East. PFL, you're fucking retarded. You're a bunch of fucking idiots. You have no idea the golden goose you have been given. It's embarrassing. If I was the CEO of the PFL, I'd be embarrassed. Embarrassed. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Oh, God, where am I up to? Dougie's the only channel I don't mind getting advertisements. Well, thank you too, Smelly. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you, dude. I think that Pereira's KO was legit, but not intentional, Like, we've all fucked about with our mates and accidentally hurt them before. Yeah, because the guy was going forward at Pereira. He was going a bit hard at Pereira, and Pereira just put a little bit on it, and then... Yeah, I think it was legit, but not intentional. I completely agree below. I think Charles subs him in a 50-50 fight. I think Charles subs at Holloway as well. I'll be picking Charles Oliveira. In Guru's base new promotion, Cyril Gane can't fight in France. He can use a Sudanese flag or something. I love that. Yeah, he's got to come out in his country of birth's flag. I like it, man. Oh, brother, women, huh? Am I right? Women. When Merab was matched with O'Malley the second time, they hyped up O'Malley would win. Now the UFC is like, we can't even afford to risk Paddy even remotely being matched with someone like Arman. So let's get old man Gaethje. Yeah, we all know that it's bullshit. All the hardcores know that it's bullshit. And again, look at us. We're a bunch of hardcore fans. We literally rock up. We're not like other sports fans that just rock up on the weekend and then go to work. We rock up every single day. When there's no fights on, we're still here. It's Saturday night in America. The fights are meant to be on. The streamers are still here. The fans are still here. We're still here talking about MMA. We're still here talking about MMA. Non-stop. We rock up. And the PFL is just leaving this untapped audience of dedicated fans just out to dry by serving us up robbery decisions over in the Middle East. Just to suck dick and overdose on Saudi oil cum. It's such a disappointment, man. Usman versus Shavkat. Prates versus Morales. The most impressive win gets the shot after Ian Gary. Usman versus Shavkat. Prates versus Morales. The most impressive win gets the Usman versus Shavkat. Prates versus Morales. Yes, I'm okay with either of them, Antoine. Yeah. Yep. Hop out of Butterfly Guard and put the hit on the like button. Put the like button into a calf slicer. Thank you too, Smelly. Did you guys see Kron Gracie saying he's never going to pull guard again because he wants to get back into the UFC? BMF might as well just be Ilya's belt at this point. I agree. The fucking lightweight title is destroyed. Amanda Nunes is going to get marauded badly by Kayla, and I don't even care to see it. People are legit complaining it's not the main event. This is the hardcore fan base that's perfect for the PFL. This is the hardcore. Like, I agree with you, Nacho. I couldn't give a fuck that it's not the main event. However, it should be. I don't care, though, that it is an injustice. I agree it is an injustice. It's the greatest women's fighter of all time versus maybe her hardest competition since Cyborg over an interim title shot for two guys that aren't even the number one contender. Like, historically, meritocracy speaking, significance, the women's fight is of far greater importance to MMA legacy, lore, and history than fucking Paddy Pimblett's interim title shot. I just don't care enough about women's MMA to bitch about it. Who did better, Gaethje versus Chandler or Paddy versus Chandler? Paddy versus Chandler. If I was the CEO of PFL, if I was Ngannou's bitch, yeah, that is another way of saying it. Cyril Gane was born in France. Did I say Cyril Gane? I meant Francis Ngannou. I'm rocked up, all right. You get it. We rocked up. You're rocked up. Gaethje just wants to get punched in the face. This is true. There's a surprising amount of similarity between F1 hardcore fans and MMA hardcore fans. Both are absolutely insane and follow the sport obsessively. I've noticed that. I have a few friends that are F1 fans, and they are very similar. Yeah, I agree, Antoine, yeah. Funny how, if you follow the line, the BMF belt, Islam holds the original and Ilya holds the second. That is kind of funny, right? Holloway is going to be the UFC's Great Khali or Muhammad Ali. Don't know what you mean by that, Sid. Thoughts on Marcus Aurelius, the greatest man that ever lived? You care a lot about Kayla. I don't give a fuck about Kayla. Will Kayla's cock defeat Amanda's strap-on for pound? I would say that Kayla's cock would. The real thing is always better. Her hardest competition was Juliana Pena, and Juliana Pena smashed her and made her quit. Okay, Nacho, that's quite enough of that. Right, guys, I want to talk to you guys about the Wang Half t-shirts that none of you were interested in, and that is okay. I'm going to talk to you guys about the Wang Half t-shirts. I stopped selling them on the store. No one cared about them. That's fine. Let's move on from that. However, the black and white pencil designs with the blood in the background, I thought looked really fucking sick. So I came up with a completely different concept. Stop typing! I'm trying to talk to you guys about the store, and then I'll read your chats. Just stop typing for a second, and then I'll read your chats. Let's get through this, and then I'll read the chats. I wanted to keep the designs, but I wanted to keep the t-shirts interesting and maybe something that you could wear in public. So I switched them up. I switched them up to this. Where is it? Where are they? I switched them up to this. Instead of Wang Half in the background, they've got the word original behind them, as well as the same design, which is the Max Holloway, the Nate Diaz, the Tony Ferguson, the Dustin Poirier with the red blood. The red blood is still on the Dustin Poirier. The Ilia Topuria with the red rose. I think Nate Diaz's blood is in red as well. Yeah, Nate Diaz's blood is in red as well. But I've added something to the t-shirts. Down in the bottom corner of the design, down in the very bottom corner of the design, is a little logo. You can see it right there. There's a little logo right there. That little logo says this. Dougie's Corner pre 5K subs. That is the little logo that is in the bottom corner of the design. There's the little logo there on each one of the designs. You need to blend in the original so it doesn't stand out as much. What do you mean so it doesn't stand out? The whole point of it is you guys are one of the original subscribers to the channel. So when we go past 5K subs, I'm going to stop selling these t-shirts. It's VIP merch. That's right, Two Smelly Fingers. So I'm going to leave these on the store all the way up to 5K subs. They come in a black t-shirt or a black hoodie. And they've all got that little logo down on the corner, which is readable on the t-shirt. And it is a Dougie's Corner pre 5K subs black and white logo. So that's that. That's a good meshing and a good blending to switch up the designs without them being so insanely racist. Okay, we'll go back to reading the chats. Thank you for your attention, Chatterton. Well done. Without spamming in the chat. Very proud of you guys. Usually when I say stop spamming, stop chatting, you guys go crazy. Okay, let's move on. You care a lot about Kayla. I couldn't give a fuck about Kayla. Her hardest competition was Juliana Pena. We did that one. Right. The greatest women's fighter ever is an oxymoron. I know it is. I know it is, but it is what it is. She is the greatest fighter ever. Stop it, Eric, you dickhead. I've never given a single fuck about Nunes' fight, bro. She is just a bloke. I know we don't. But the argument is, what deserves a higher placement on the card? Paddy Pimlet's bullshit interim title shot, or the greatest female fighter of all time? Obviously, it was the greatest female fighter of all time. Obviously. All roads lead to Rome. Okay. F1 is for nerds and or gays. Tony, you're an F1 fan. Yeah. Which I am. Yeah. We'll go with nerd. We'll go with nerd. I accidentally ate pop brownies. No such thing as an accident trip. Enjoy your trip. Dougie, did you hear Guru shout out Dougie's Corner on last night's stream? I didn't. Guru streamed for like 5 hours last night. I didn't listen to all of it. I was in and out of sleep, mixed martial arts. But shout out to Guru. I know he appreciates Dougie's Corner, and I appreciate him, man. You need to make the designs for the channel favorites, such as Big Ben Rothwell and the future GOAT Danny Barlow. I can make a Ben Rothwell one, but I don't think anyone gives a single fuck about Danny Barlow, Nacho. I think I could beat Juliana Pena if I get in 2 weeks, takedown defenses, classes at CKB. Oh, yeah. You could. Dude, Juliana Pena has a very famous quote about while she was training MMA. She was a UFC fighter. She wasn't champion at the time, but she was a UFC fighter. And she was also working at a restaurant at the same time. And she knew she couldn't beat up the fucking line cook chef. The Nate Diaz needs the blood. The Nate Diaz one needs more blood to be believable. I mean, it's just a photo of his actual photo, mate. This is how he looked, right? You need to blend in the original more so it doesn't stand out as much. I don't know what you mean by that, Nacho. Nacho saw a comment saying it was not a sparring session. It was just a weird one. That was okay. Would it be hard to put the red blood in the Max one as well? Max didn't have any blood on him. Max didn't have any blood on him in that photo. I would watch women's MMA if they didn't wear clothes. Nah, you'd want it to be in lingerie. The Nate Diaz one needs a sports bubble with him confused at the number 5. They're not memes, mate. I know it's kind of a stretch, but Sharma, what are you... At Nacho, I saw a comment saying it was staged, and on Culture Cage video it said professional controlled sparring session. Oh, I think they're just saying that to not have people recreate it, Sharma. Sharma, did you see the other angle it was released? It was black dude filming it. Yeah, it definitely was not staged. It definitely was not a fucking... It definitely was not staged. In fact, let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Let's have a look. Alex Pereira sparring session. Let's see if we can find it, boys. And check it out. Let's see if we can find his sparring KO. Alex Pereira KO is a sparring partner in the gym. Is there any video attached to it? Get rid of that now. No, there's no video attached to it. Fucking Reddit. It's gay. Here we go. Body shot. Yeah, this is not staged. This is not a staged... Rips him to the body. Bang! Uppercut at full fucking whomp. Right on the chin. Poor bastard. Not staged at all. Not staged. Had another title defense. That one counts, buddy. That one counts for sure. Yeah, that is not staged at all. I got eyes on the Max T. Hold one back for you, boy. I mean, they're going to be up until 5K. They're going to be up until 5K. Me versus Alexa Grasso, Tracy Cortez, no gi, no clothes, UFC Jiu-Jitsu match. Now we're talking, Antoine. Let's get degenerate with it. Does anyone know the backstory on this sparring thing? I think the guy was going too hard at him, Paul, and Alex was just like, all right, you want to fucking play, dude? How are you, Chatterhead? Is the title of the screen official? No. What did I make the title, right? Did I say question mark, question mark, question mark? Max Holloway versus Charles Oliveira. Leaked. No, leaked. Yeah, it was officially leaked, but no, it's not official. No, it's not official. Let's go over here. Right, UFC Brazil dropped it, Cheddarhead, and then deleted it. UFC Brazil dropped it and then deleted it. Nate Diaz should have retired before that Masvidal fight. I know, dude. I know. I got so sick of the Diaz fans, man. Imagine if Nate had actually fought Hamzat. Oh, it'd be over for him. Over for him. Do you have any shirts with Valentina Shevchenko on it? No, best I can do is Dustin Poirier, buddy. How many spots in the pound for pound did Alex go up from there? I think Alex is back to the top of the pound for pound list, right? Check the Discord for the other angle. Done. Let's go have a look. General, Discord, Instagram. Love it. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. But this is that's the same dude, different angle. So Alex Pereira has been ripping him with body shots already in their training session. This guy is not going hard at Alex. Alex Pereira rips him with a body shot again. Dude, why does Alex fucking hate this guy? What has this guy done to deserve this level of ass whooping from Alex? That's 2 bad body shots. Alex gets him again to the body. Again with the hook. Bruce Wayne shows up. How are you, Bruce? Good to see you, mate. He stole his food. Like, the guy is not swinging hard at Alex at all. He's just pumping out light little shots. Is Alex just in a fucking bad mood today? Rips him to the body again, rips him to the body again, rips him to the body again, and then just fucking chins him. Jesus Christ, Poetan. This comment, the local truck driver is going to have to take a few days off work. What a cunt, man. Dude, why the fuck is Alex Pereira doing these things, man? They'll be up until you get to 5K. No, until I get to 5K subscribers. They'll be up until we get to 5K subscribers. They're a pre-5K subscriber t-shirt. I'm Alex's biggest supporter. I will incorporate that clip when considering Alex on the GOAT list. That makes sense, and you should. You should. Dumb joke. Right. No wonder, Too Smelly. You're all good, brother. Hola, Dougie. I love Killcliff sparring footage of Michael Johnson Kamaru. They were killing each other. I haven't seen that one, Showbiz. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it, man. It's a shame we're probably never going to get Cap versus Kai Kara France. That is a bloody shame. I would have loved to have seen Manel Cap piece up Kai Kara France. Me versus Aaron Blanchfield and Zhang Weili. No gi, no clothes. You're just chucking in different women, Johnny. And that sounds disgusting. Nate Diaz was fun for a while, but it's been well done for a long time. Oh, dude. The Nate Diaz fans were insufferable, have been insufferable, are insufferable. Nate Diaz fans were like Alex Pereira fans to me, man. It was just doing my fucking head in, to be honest. Doing my fucking head in with Nate Diaz fans. People forget, man. Big Bruce Wayne shows up whenever he feels like we love to see him. How are you, Brucey? Pretty sure he was gassed from the brutal body. Oh, yeah, definitely, dude. There's like 5 body shots in a row, man. This guy has that Roundtree voice kink. Violence kink. This guy has that Roundtree violence kink. The guy that Alex Pereira was beating up, he must, mate. He must. It's the steroids. He's raging out because of the steroids. He's breaking because of the steroids. The Shevchenko shirt has blood in between her. Hey! Stop it, Eric. After he knocks him out. Huh? Shama. Every time there is a break in the UFC, some sort of drama happens with a fighter. Now it's Alex KOing some random dude. I know, Kyle. What a fucking dick is Alex Pereira, mate. Anyone else remember Darren Till beating the fuck out of that random dude in the gym years ago? I do remember that. Beating the fuck. I do remember that footage that came out. Everyone was super angry at Darren Till. I would love to spar with someone like Izzy or a UFC fighter just to understand how they think in the cage and generally like their style and technique. I wouldn't. I think they'd fucking destroy. I think there's a reason, right? Whenever you see Sean Strickland or Alex Pereira, or even Tate does this as well. These guys that are trained fighters, and we aren't trained fighters. Have you noticed they all do the same thing? Because we, the untrained plebs, come at the fighters with this high and tight guard. How are you, Matthew? Good to see you, man. And all the fighters, Sean Strickland, Alex Pereira, Andrew Tate, they all slip the body shot. They love slipping the body shot because we morons march at them forward with this high guard. And they're just like, all right, I'll just get you to drop your hands. Body shot, body shot, body shot. And then the second we, the plebs, drop our hands, it's usually right over the top. Usman doesn't allow leg kicks during training. Well, he's got to save his knees. More like Tony Ferguson fans. No, Tony Ferguson fans were goats. They were the goats. Nothing wrong with Tony Ferguson fans. Strickland being literally unable to KO Sneaker was such a bad... Oh, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Yeah. Fucking Strickland, mate. Dan could have beat Armin. I won as Dan against Armin in UFC 5, so it must be true. Well, if you can do it in UFC 5. I mean, I've been Mighty Mouse and beaten up John Jones in UFC 5. Doug, am I wrong for picking Paddy? Justin's jiu-jitsu is so bad, if Paddy gets it to the ground, I can easily see him subbing him round 2 or 3. You are not wrong for picking Paddy Pimblett. In fact, mate, I will have you know, most of us are picking Paddy Pimblett. The teams are Team 2 Smelly Fingers versus Team Nacho. Help me, Friendless Norseman, Shedderhead, Mitch, and Portuguese Herzog are the only ones that are dumb enough to be going for Justin Gaethje. Whereas the rest of the channel and the rest of the community, Nacho, Christian Gray, Paul, MMA Master, me, Slops, Cayman, Davidson Figueiredo's fan page, Alex, M4, Mixed Martial Artists, Shiloh, and Jim, the rest of the channel are all going for Team Paddy Pimblett. Bilal's going for Team Paddy. Bilal's going for Team Paddy. We're all going for Paddy Pimblett. We're all going for Paddy Pimblett. I'm picking Gaethje for the same reason as Dougie picked JDM. Why? Because you're American? Bruce Wayne is going with Gaethje on you, Bruce Wayne. Get on you, mate. Team Justin, all right. Johnny's going with Team Justin. Justin's getting a few more people in there, all right. Team Skull Salad. Where was this? Who was this? Who did I say? Who did I just read out? Team Johnny. Johnny's going with Justin. Johnny. Team Scouser, lad. Yumjoy's going with Scouser. Paddy subs him, I reckon, Alpeg. I reckon, mate. Paddy the baddie, let's go. Paddy the baddie, let's go. James. James. Who else was that? Alpeg. Good on Alpeg. What a bloody regular, mate. There we go. All right, I'm picking Cayman. I think Cayman's already on here. We'll put Cayman on here again. Working on the weekend like usual. Well, you know, we're not the same as you guys. We work all the time. We don't take religious holidays off every single week, mate. I will shower in your ears of regret. Ew, disgusting. Right, where was I up to? Where was I up to? Don't get me wrong for picking Paddy. There we go. This is why Poetine needs to fight every 3 months, so he doesn't do this. Yeah, he's got to get it out of his system. This was just Alex Pereira being like, I have to sleep someone these 3 months. Shama. I heard the random told Alex no Shama. And Alex just snapped and went, Shama. Clark Kent. No, we're not putting Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne again, Bruce. Anybody in here about done with the UFC and these latest announcements? Matthew, I don't blame you at all, dude. That's why I'm going to be making a video during the Christmas break of MMA, UFC. The show is over. I would much rather spar with Izzy than with someone tiny and fast like Ilya. Yeah, I'd much rather spar with Sean Strickland than Ilya Tapuria. I agree, Portuguese Ozog. I heard Bradley Martin got the better of Alex and Tom during sparring. No. Johnny? No. Hold on, brother. I'm talking. Peak Tony Ferguson. Thanks for the advice, Dougie. I'm going to go kick Izzy's ass now. There you go, Robbie. Remember, if you're ever sparring with a proper MMA fighter, they're going to farm body shots. Stick and move, boys. Imagine Paddy chins Ilya. Imagine if Paddy chins Ilya. Oh, I'd be fucking shocked, James. Marab is beating his sparring partners in vicious passion. Painful decision. It's the worst. Nothing worse than losing a slow, boring decision, showbiz. Nothing worse. When was the last time Paddy went for a takedown? He doesn't shoot takedowns. He does judo throws. How many flying knees did you throw at John Jones? Oh, mercilessly. Just a million. Never stopped. Strickland went hard on Sneeko for about 5 seconds while Sneeko showed up before Forrest Griffin separated them. Yeah, but you'd still think 5 seconds of going on Sneeko would be enough. Sneeko has got no meat on his bones. Paddy is winning easily. I reckon, Robbie. I reckon he is, mate. I'm picking Gaethje, which is the one that Gaethje cheated. Go team Jesus. Scouse a lot. There we go. Can I fence it? This one? No. No one can fence it. Not even you, Eric. I'm picking Paddy, but it's 60-40 for me. Paddy doesn't disguise the takedowns very well, and it is possible we could see a situation where the takedown doesn't happen because of the setups and Gaethje starts finding his groove. It is possible. It is possible, but you know, you want to be on team, Paddy. Cayman, you'll be on team Paddy. Oh, Cayman's already there. I've already done Cayman. Gaethje start. Yep, working on the weekend as usual. I'm not happy with the announcement fights in terms of who should fight, but they're good fights. I'm on the fence. I would like to know how hard it is for the UFC to get the guys on the top to fight. It's not hard at all to get the guys on top to fight. The UFC just don't want to do it. They know that you guys are like, these fights are fun. That's literally what you've said just there. They're fun fights. I can't be angry at it. We should be. It's killing the sport. Paddy by snapping his arm like a bloody twig, lad. Sharma, have I got you on Team Paddy yet? I don't think I do yet, Sharma, do I? There we go. All right, Sharma's right there. I was thinking Paddy until I realized how much this fight reminds me of Dustin versus BST. Oh, so Tony, are you going with Gaethje, mate? I am Yisraeli. Hey, we fence it every matchup. All right, that's weird. That's a weird thing to say. Not to mention Justin can hang on the ground. Justin can absolutely roll out of the ground position. I'm not picking because of natural priors. Personally, I think Homer Simpson can get it done. If you say so too, Smelly. If you say so. Inshallah, Max Verstappen will win the championship this year. I have no idea who you're talking about. Lopez getting a rematch legit makes zero sense. The UFC has a Mexican bias. It has got a popularity bias. That's all it is. And Lopez is popular in Mexico, is popular in Brazil, is popular in America. This is why he gets the shot. I shared a video on the Discord if you're interested in it about Gaethje. How long does it go for? How long does it too smelly? I love you, but your ability to read the room is not always the best. How long does it go for? What is in it? Give me some information. I'm not watching a 20-minute documentary on Justin Gaethje, too smelly. All right, I love you very much. You're a little bit autistic. Okay, your ability to read a vibe of a room and a fast-moving chat is not always the best. Armin doesn't deserve anything. He still has to prove he can make 155 after last week. Oh! Did we see Paddy Pimblett saying 33 seconds? All right, I'll check it out. 33 seconds. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at two smellies. What the fuck am I watching? What the fuck am I watching? Just edits of Justin Gaethje. Ah, too smelly. Just edits of Justin Gaethje, huh? Just edits of him beating people up. Alright, well, we've wasted time to fucking commit to it now, so I guess we're doing it. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ in heaven.
You're about to be on a 3-fight losing streak.
Shut up, Southpaster. I'm getting to you.
To fight tomato cans again. I fought 4 times in the last year and I won my fights. You lost 2 out of 3. You fucking suck.
Are you gonna run like a bitch the whole time, or are you gonna stand there and fight me?
I'm not the Homer Simpson of MMA like you are, bro. I'm not gonna take a beating, but you will get knocked the out. You take 10 significant strikes per minute. That's 50 shots a round. You ain't lasting 3 rounds with me. You're 29 years old and you're punch drunk. You're gonna get knocked out within 3 rounds for sure.
Slipty. I'm not surprised. James Vick is KO'd by a fucking microphone. Yeah, I know, man. Fucking poor old James Vick getting slept. Thank you too, Smelly. Appreciate it, brother. Fucking legendary stuff, mate. How do I get back to all this? Alright, where the fuck was I up to? Hang on. You could probably get where if I shared a video on the Discord where I could probably get there. Armin doesn't deserve anything. He still hasn't proven. He still hasn't proved that he can make 155. We did that one. Where did you see Max versus Charles League? Put me in team Justin. I'll put you in team Justin. Tunnel Man, let me just catch up because I'm very far behind the chat now. Where did you put me in team Justin? Where did you? Oh, it was on UFC Brazil, brother. It was on UFC Brazil, man. When are we doing the career retrospective? I thought we would do it today, but then there was the news about this. And the chat is being quite chatty today. We are going to do, there is plenty of time to do career retrospectives, Bilal, because we're going to have 5 weeks without any UFC. So if the chat is flowing today, we'll just keep doing the stream. But we got 5 weeks of live streams without any fights, which means we got tier lists, we got debates, we got career retrospectives, we got plenty of stuff to do. Wasn't Paddy Belly top 5 recently? How did he sneak in there? He's not even top 5. He's not even top 5. He was ranked 7th, and then they just moved him into number 5. How are you, Sus Pasture? Good to see you, man. All this recent bullshit matchmaking has made me check out a little bit, and it pisses me off. Yeah, it ruins the hardcore fan base. This is the problem. Like, they're eating the middle out of the hardcore fan base. It's fucking, and this is what I'm saying, like, the feeling that you're feeling, the feeling that other people have said in this stream, that feeling is real, Nacho, and the PFL could swoop in and steal all of that momentum if they had a brain. What's up, Waterloo's finest? How are you, man? What's up? What's up? What's up, MMA Master? How are you, dude? Hey, Dougie Charles subs Max Holloway. All right, if you say so, dude. Charles Max Holloway. Yes, I'll be going with Charles over Max Holloway. Yes. Max versus Charles will be fun as fuck. I reckon Oliveira subs Max though. Max versus Charles will be fun as fuck. I reckon Oliveira subs Max though. Yes, Oliveira will sub Max. It'll be a sick fight while it happens, but Oliveira is going to sleep him. Paddy is going to choke that sausage out, lad. He said he'll be champ last year. Paddy is going to beat Justin Gaethje. I 100% believe that. Paddy is going to beat him. The news of Paddy Pimblett saying that Armin Tsarukyan needs to go and win another fight fucking disgusts me. Who do we think has a better chance of beating Ilya, Gaethje, or Paddy? If Gaethje can really dial it in, I think he can keep the fight standing and knock out Paddy. Who do you think has a better chance of beating Ilya, Gaethje, or Paddy? Oh, beating Ilya? Paddy. Yeah, Gaethje, I think Gaethje's at the end of his run. I think he's at the end of his career, dude. I guess I'm more just resigned to it being a popularity contest because the authenticity of the sport will never trump the money and the shareholder responsibility. Yeah, that's the feeling that we all have. Like, it's a wasted chance now for the hardcores. The people that want to see the best fight the best, that's dead now. That's dead now. That's gone. That's where the PFL can step in. People say that Justin is good on the ground and forgetting some of the dangerous positions Fiziev had him in. If Paddy has any of those same positions, the fight might be over. Yeah, Fiziev, by the way, guys, is a Muay Thai fighter. Paddy has jiu-jitsu and judo. Justin's good on the ground for scrambling, but that is about it. I feel like people have been kind of high on the card announcement. When I first saw it, I felt like the same value was kind of low. The women fight being on it really dropped the value for me. I feel like people are being kind of high on the card announcement. When I first saw it, the name value was kind of low. No, I think the card announcement's good, Sharma. The fights, the names are good. You got to remember, it's January. January is dog shit for fights. January is the worst fucking time of the year for all fights. So what we're getting in January is pretty good. Is pretty fucking good. It's just that the main event doesn't make sense. It's a fun fight, but it doesn't make sense as the main event. And the women's fight is more significant and should be above it. 33 second we did that. I feel like people have been kind of high on the card. I just read with this. Get on the patty train, you mushrooms. What's up, Waterloo's finest? How are you, man? Light the stream, light the stream. Taking my poops is still shaped like a wiener. It's a reminder for those who doubted Gaethje. It's James Vick, too smelly. It's James Vick, mate. It's James Vick, brother. You could bring up Bryce Mitchell versus Cron Gracie and be like, people forget, man. Bryce Mitchell has got some jiu-jitsu. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be a fun card. The name value is kind of low, though. I really wish they tried to find the most exciting fights. I think that's what they did, Sharma. They tried to find the most exciting fights available for January, but not exactly the best guy fighting the best guy. I know you guys are going to say I'm a Superior Glazer, but I still believe Ilya was just messing with Armin's head. That is Superior Glazing. He's ducking Armin Tsarukyan. He's ducked right out of the way of Armin Tsarukyan. This is... You are. Like, I'm a fan of Tapuria. He's ducking Armin Tsarukyan. Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin should happen at the White House. Yes, with a giant chicken refereeing. If the UFC offered him, if the UFC offered it to him, he'd probably take it. He didn't take it. He decided that he was going to go and deal with his divorce instead. I do acknowledge you, Sus Pasture. It's a stacked, it's a very good, it is stacked, yeah. Light the stream, light the stream, light the stream, light the stream. James Vick was KO'd on the mic. James Vick was never the same again. Retired Vick, true, true, true. Imagine being a Justin Gaethje, a former American wrestler who got rusty wrestling skills because she chose to abandon part of his game in 2025 MMA, where the top is just too well-rounded. Well, because Justin went for excitement through like 2017 to 2021, and now he needs to get back into it. Damn, almost bald. Who, me? God, not even close, mate. Look at that. Beautiful, mate. Dougie, would you visit Kadyrov for $50,000? Yes. Didn't James Vick get tasered by his own grandma? Stop it. Where am I up to? Dariush KO'd Vick. Yeah, Vick is not a... I trained with James Vick in middle school before the Gaethje fight. He was such a nice guy. So sad when Gaethje fucking slept him. Oh, I'm sure he's a nice person, but yeah. It's James Vick, mate. James Vick didn't use his height and reach. I know, dude. $50,000 Watts to go visit. Is it really it's a 5-week gap. No MMA. So we can do career watches, tier list, Valley of the Quitters, GOAT debate. We have got best boxer in the UFC, best kicker in the UFC. We have got 5 weeks, nothing happening, MMA live streams, content. Michael Johnson called him a hillbilly of a thing. Inbred and it ruined his life as well. Fair enough. 35 viewers and only 17 likes. Hit the likes, boys. Come on, boys. The weird matchups, plus all the bad reffing, the decisions. I started checking out a while ago. I actually spent time with family again. This is what dude, the UFC, health check of the UFC, not good. Not good at all. Not good at all. The matchmaking's going to get worse. The pay-per-views are going to get worse. The fight, about 20% of the fights are fixed. It's not the best versus the best. The steroid testing is being completely done in-house now. It's not. The health check of the UFC is horrible. I suggest loading up on BKFC and praying that the PFL gets some decent management. The PFL would literally have to get Dakota to suck me off to get me to switch over to them. This is how much work they need to do to rebrand. They are so far behind, Nacho, but they could pull it out. You didn't finish responding to my chat because of the video. I'm sorry, Bruce. And it's too far to scroll up and look for it now. I apologize, Bruce. I didn't know all the chat knew the origin of Homer Simpson. I didn't know that all of the chat knew the origin of Homer Simpson. Man, all good too, Smelly. All good, man. Gaethje fights in the pocket. I think he's tailor-made for Ilya. Yeah, I think Ilya sleeps Gaethje, dude. Will there ever be a day when Neil Magny... Very clever, Sus Pasture. Paddy can't fight long and be able to get the better of Ilya on the ground, but probably not. Yeah, I would say Ilya beats both of them. Gaethje is only 34. I know, but he feels 40 in fight years. You know what I mean? Like a dog. Gaethje is some of the worst jiu-jitsu in the UFC, and his wrestling isn't even that good. It's really not. It's not that good. He's got very good counter grappling. That is about it. Paddy manages distance well to trade. He'll either be long in grappling range or he won't trade. Justin gets ragdolled like never before. I think Paddy is going to box his bleeding head off, lad. Imagine an alternate universe where James Vick beat the shit out of Justin and went on to fight Ferguson. I guess it's an alternate universe where James Vick isn't James Vick and he goes to war with Ferguson and doesn't get slept immediately. Ilya smokes Gaethje. Paddy is a more interesting matchup, even though I think Ilya beats Paddy too. But Gaethje gets annihilated. Yeah, Gaethje is just right there to get slept. Gaethje has a white belt in jiu-jitsu and D1 wrestling. Paddy has middle school wrestling and black belt jiu-jitsu. Paddy's wrestling is not wrestling. It's a lot of judo throws and jiu-jitsu. It's not wrestling. This is like, there's so many people that I'm having this conversation with. They're like, Paddy's takedowns are shit. Paddy's wrestling is shit. Paddy doesn't do takedowns. Paddy doesn't shoot double legs, single legs. Paddy doesn't shoot for the hips. Paddy goes for a lot of clinches and trips up against the cage and trips and back takes and scrambles. That's Paddy's game. Paddy's game is long rangey kickboxing with close range grappling and judo throws. His wrestling is really, yeah. But his wrestling's not an important part of his game. Gaethje is so good. Corey is so good. Thank you, Nitro. Most of us probably started watching around the time Conor got 2 random title shots for being famous, so we're cool with it. Yeah, but it was also meant to be the best versus the best. That's what kept us around, right? Fans, these crotch sniffers suck. UFC listens to the fans. Why aren't the crotch sniffers getting the fight? Yeah, the UFC must be so fucking confused about it. Like, we thought you guys hated the best fights the best because the best are wrestlers. It's like, we do hate it, but at least we know they're the best fighters. Who are you picking between Rose and Alexa Grasso? I couldn't care less. Dougie, did you listen to episode 3 of the Arc Insanity podcast with Bryce Mitchell? It was hilarious. I didn't, mixed martial artist. I'll have to check it out. I love me some Bryce Mitchell. Two Smelly Fingers, I agree. There you go. Too Smelly. Waterloo agrees with you. James Vick was the GOAT of his era. Stop it. Wrestling doesn't mean you're good on the ground. It means you're good at getting people to the ground, defending yourself from being out on the ground. Yes, this is true, Sharma. Armin won't fight again for the belt until 2027. It's fucking brutal. I know. And Paddy Pimblett has also said that he will not fight Armin Tsarukyan unless Armin Tsarukyan gets another fight in. The UFC are going to push Armin Tsarukyan away from the title shot and then call him inactive. That's what they're going to do. That's their plan for Armin Tsarukyan. They're going to say, you need to fight one more time before you're the #1 contender. He's going to go and fight one more time. Then he's going to say, I'm ready whenever. I'm ready for January. Then they're going to book another fight around him and call him inactive. It's kind of worse than Jones versus Stipe. Because at least Stipe was at one time the greatest heavyweight of all time. And there was a little bit of legacy there for Jones to claim. This is just, and like with Movsar hasn't fought. Movsar pulled out of his recent fight. This is one of the worst things the UFC have ever done. There's no reason not to give it to Armin. Armin made weight as the backup fighter for Ilya versus Charles. Then he made weight and fought a top 5 prospect, not prospect, but a top 5 veteran, Dan Hooker, got rid of him in the second round via vicious ground and pound, and then said that he was ready for January. And a week later, the UFC went, too bad. It's horrible, man. It's horrible. I'd visit Kadyrov Fafani, seems chill. Yeah, I'd visit him. People are like, but he's a dictator. Bro, Barack Obama bombed the most villages in history ever. Ever. The Americans are dictators. What are you talking about? Ooh, Kadyrov is a war criminal. Netanyahu and Trump are war criminals. They bombed Qatar while there was a fucking peace meeting going on. They bombed Qatar. Trump has been viciously bombing fishermen in Venezuela because he thinks they're drug smugglers. Oh, but Kadyrov is even... Shut up. Shut up, you Western funny person. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you Western gay. You have no fucking idea of the real world, you fucking Western gay. People forget MJ came up with the inbred shout. What? James Vick got KO'd by Michael Chiesa. Too Smelly chooses that Gaethje moment to prove that he's... listen, this is why when Too Smelly's like, check this out in the Discord, it scares me. It scares me. I love you so much, Too Smelly. You're my brother. You're my brother. You're my brother, but you're kind of autistic. you're on the spectrum. Father Scam versus Islam Scam. Who wins? Oh, Father Scam. Tapuria is objectively a better boxer than JDM. Jack keeps his hands by his waist unless he's fighting wrestlers. And he's majority... Tapuria is objectively a better boxer than JDM. Jack keeps his hands by his waist unless he's fighting wrestlers, and he majority telegraphs his punch. Yeah, I think Tapuria is cleaner. Faster, cleaner, more power, yeah. What makes you say 20% of the fights are fixed? Just from what we see, there's times where I can't believe the referees make such blatantly bad decisions. Fighters make such blatantly bad decisions, and the scorecards are so obviously wrong. I think when you stack it all up, I think when you stack up the fact that the scales are never allowed to properly stop moving, that in the last 6 months alone, we've seen referees do takesy-backsies, which are just completely illegal. We've heard the siren go off earlier than it's meant to, like with still 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock. There's so many little things that stack up that you have to go, and the FBI are investigating over 100 fights. You do have to go... This sport isn't legitimate. There's about 20% that's illegitimate. You really believe that about 20% I really do believe that about 20% are fixed. Yes, I truly believe that about 20% of the fights are fixed. No Kadyrov, why John Jones with you? Not saying that you're wrong. It's just wild. It is wild to think about. It is crazy, right? What source of protein do you eat and what daily quantities? I don't know. I just eat a lot of protein. A lot of chicken, a lot of steak. I got a protein shake. I eat protein every meal all the time. Neil Magny running Dougie Perfect card was a crafty vet move. I picked Magny because I'm not retarded. Thank you, Sharma. I appreciate that. I picked Magny because I'm not retarded. Okay. Where am I up to? Armin has the personality of a wet towel. I think I'm above that. Close range boxing better than grappling. I think I'm above that. Neil, okay, all right. If Paddy doesn't make weight, only Justin can become the interim champ. That is wild to think about, dude. Dana said the best fight, the best here. We are not boxing. And Dana lied again. Paddy's judo is worse than his wrestling, and he absolutely tries to shoot takedowns. He just doesn't get them. I think he initiates clinches, Tony. Vic got what was coming for him for killing those dogs. All right, loyalty. Thank you for the $3. I appreciate that so much, Nacho. Dance for me, boy. Dance for me. Thank you, Nacho, for the $3, man. I appreciate you, dude. I mean, could be a hot take that Gaethje is a great stylistic matchup for Ilya. He'll catch him too easily. Yeah, I think Gaethje is a great stylistic matchup for Ilya. Ilya easily sleeps Gaethje, I reckon. What's up, Juskar? Good to see you, man. Close range grappling. I would love to see long range. I mean, like, he initiates clinches, right? Whereas, like, at range grappling is more like Khamzat Chimaev, right? Khamzat Chimaev will shoot like it will throw a weird jab and then shoot all the way down to your lead leg and grab your ankle. Do you know what I'm saying, Eric? Khamzat Chimaev doesn't mind being on the opposite side of the Monster Energy logo, all the way down diagonally, grabbing an ankle, watching you turn around and trying to run away, and then he crawls his way up your back. That's Khamzat Chimaev and then forces you down. Whereas Paddy Pimblett, he wants the fight to happen and then he wants to initiate a clinch and go for a judo toss. So fuck you, Eric. All right, what I'm saying makes sense. When Paddy retires, Gaethje, Ilya will vacate the belt. No, he will not. I'll never forget the fear in Chandler's eyes when Paddy was fucking him up. Oh yeah, like fucking Chandler was looking around like a fish out of water, man. Gaethje is so good. No, he isn't. Justin is legit. Justin's all right. So no more DDP and no more JDM. They'll be back. Little known fact: James Vick mum is Lorraine Maffei, bro. Lorraine Maffei. I like Uncle Chaelson and says, everyone who fights, hands down, chin up in the air, will eventually get knocked out. Not wrong. Not wrong. Thank you, Nacho, for the $3, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much for the $3, man. Thank you. Paddy fights, hands down, chin up against Justin. He's going night-night. Scousers don't get knocked out, lad. I don't know, mate. Armin has the personality of a wet towel, but he's clearly the man for the job. Him not getting the shot is insane. It is. It's insane. It's insane. And I feel like people just hate Armin because people hate Armin. Have you watched Armin's fights? I mean this. Have you gone back and watched Armin's fights? He's not boring. He's got great ground and pound. He's got sick kicks. He's got insane ground and pound. Thank you, Eric, for the $1, man. Fucking skip. What the fuck? Fucking skip my comment where I proved statistic to prove Jat was a better boxer than Elliot. Did I? Shit. Sorry, dude. I'm trying to read every one. Oh my god, I missed it. You are right. I'm sorry, dude. Jack has 51% striking accuracy and 63% striking defense. Ilya has 48% striking accuracy and 64% striking defense. So by the numbers, Jack is statistically the better boxer. There you go. Sorry I missed that one, man. Sorry, Nacho. Where was I up to? I got to be honest, Dougie, even if if I'm Evloev, if I'm Murphy, hell, even if I'm Aspinall, I leave the UFC. I don't blame you, Matthew. And again, the PFL has got a 50-50 fighter revenue split. Like, the PFL need to be advertising. This is where the best fight the best. Are you a hardcore MMA fan? Watch us. Are you an MMA prospect coming up in the regional scene? 50-50 fighter pay split. Join us. The PFL need to go in hard as fuck. Pick it up, you're too far behind. Fuck you. Dana Pink versus his wife in a power slap competition. Dana White all day. Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize. I know. 3 ads in a row. 3 ads in a row. Dictators are cool. Barack Obama is a gay black man and an oppressed minority. I won't stand for these personal attacks on our national hero. He ticks all the boxes. How are you? Excited, Solar System? Good to see you, man. As a Venezuelan, I will only say I don't believe everything they say about Trump. They are not fishermen. I am sure there are some drug dealers there as well. That's right. We are the dictators. We're your daddies. Glad you can admit it. I can admit that you guys are horrible dictators. It's just funny when I see people in the West going, Kadyrov is a dictator. Bro, shut up. Shut the fuck up. They fucking locked us in our houses for 2 years and forced us to take an experimental gene therapeutic. Shut the fuck up. You're gay. You're fucking gay. You're from the West and you're gay and you don't understand how the world works. Shut up and be a vegan. Keep being gay. Shut up. On the flip side, he gets injured and pulls out on short notice, misses weights, fight once a year, nearly ruins main events, in the presser and in fight, he is risky. I mean, I do get that. I do get that strength and honor. On the flip side, he did get injured. He did get pulled out on short notice. You can't say he missed weight. It was one or the other. He fights once a year. He was the backup fighter. So he weighed in to fight twice this year, by the way. And he nearly ruins main events with the presser. And actually, you know what, strength and honor? He was booked to fight at the start of the year, which he missed because he was injured. Then he was back in the middle of the year as the backup fighter, which he hit weight for. And then he fought at the end of the year against a top 5 prospect, and he won. I look out the window, I see fishermen. There are fishermen everywhere. Trump is bombing drug dealers that have 50k American lives a year. Blood on their hands. Okay, that's good, mate. Good guy. Good guy. You keep repeating the propaganda. Good guy. Where am I up to? There it is. I was dropped as a baby, and I've been fighting ever since, and we love you for it too, Smelly. Those were high-potency motorboats. They were not fishermen. They were not what fishermen use. This is going to be gatekeeping. We trusted DDP. He lost, we trusted Inbred Ank, he lost, we trusted JDM, and he lost. This is why the UFC are like, give them entertaining fights, and then the fans are like, but we want to see the best fight the best, and then the best fight, and the fans are like, but this is boring. Not a peep from the fishermen's families, loyalty is all in. Dougie, 20% of the fights aren't fixed, 20% of people are retarded. Again, Sharma, you can look at it all, mate, and just be like, how much is too much? How much bullshit is too much? The chat's moving too fast. I've got to pump through it. But we've written all this down before. I'm just trying to look for it. That's fixing the rankings. No, I'm wasting too much time. I've got to press on. 20% of the fights are fixed. Adesanya hitting Go-to-Ton after the bell was just too sus for me. There you go. Kraus, the puppet master of the UFC. Kraus is just a victim of his own circumstances. Ever since Jake Matthews versus Magny got restarted, it's been a continuous butterfly effect. Yeah, once they allow the fucking takesy-backsies, all of a sudden it's just takesy-backsies non-fucking stop, which is... I don't get how we're just allowing that. No one came out to reclaim their murdered fishermen's family members. Good on your loyalty business. You stick onto the propaganda, mate. How are you, Just Car? Good to see you, man. The only likable thing about Armin is that he is orthodox goat tongue eater. No. Armin's fights are fucking sick. Excited solar system. Why does it automatically erase my comments? I don't know. I don't control YouTube. It just deletes some comments. Fuck me in the face, I'm snowed in. That fucking sucks, Matthew. I'm sorry to hear it, mate. I would love to see long-range grappling. I just explained it to you, dickhead. You hit a nerve with that fisherman shit. I can see that loyalty business. You're really spurging out. I understand the difference. All good too, smelling. What fact, even in the UFC, is being overrun by the RSF and the UAE? America is cooked Sudanese style. I have no idea what you're saying. Fucking skip my comment. We did that one. Thank you. Thank you for the $1, Eric. I appreciate it. Paddy will get rocked to sleep like an orphaned child who had too much bourbon. No! Paddy is going to beat Gaethje. He's going to beat Gaethje. Armin is great, but he pissed off the bot. Yeah, he pissed off the bot, but like, what does Armin need to do? What does Armin need to do to get back into the title picture? He weighed in. He fought. He said he's ready in January. Are you really going to punish Armin all the way to 2027? Really? He's impressive to watch in the cage. Dude, Armin kind of rules. He fights with the marauders anger I've seen since... Yeah, Armin's ground and pound is actually fucking awesome. What's up, Sniff? How are you, dude? DDP might get the belt again due to Hamzat potentially getting injured. JDM won't get gold again. It's just a gut feeling. I don't know. JDM, the only thing that I worried about with JDM was Sean Brady. That was my biggest worry, Sean Brady. Sean Brady's out of the title picture now because there's too many strikers at the top of welterweight. Strikers are good for JDM. I'd put JDM in there against any of the strikers. Obviously, Michael Morales, a lot taller, bigger than JDM. But I'd put JDM in there against any of the strikers. That's probably me coping for being Australian. By the numbers, Jack fights at 170, a division that Leon Edwards and Bilal Muhammad became champion. Having a 2% higher accuracy against bums isn't a brag. Oh, Tony is going against Nacho's facts. Kadyrov might be a dictator, but he has drip. Not really. Don't mean crap. Glory to Afghanistan. Vegans are gay. It's true. He fought such a high level of strikers like Josh Emmett and Bryce Mitchell. Great point. Oh, Nacho fires back. Armin is Dana's worst nightmare. He's risky. He's too rich to care. And his last name has a silent T. I think it's the fact that he's rich that scares the UFC the most. This is what I think pisses off the UFC the most. Because the UFC can usually control the fighters by them being a bunch of poor bastards. Not Armin Tsarukyan. Armin Tsarukyan can negotiate with the UFC because he has money. And they do not like that at all. African warlords and Russian dictators have the best drip. Exotic apex predators on leashes and chill... Okay. Alright, you went just way too far. Excited solar system. Dana confirmed Armin wasn't injured at UFC 311. Also, did you notice how much smaller he is now? He pulled out against Mac because he wasn't going to make the weight. Yeah, I don't mind saying that he wasn't injured and that he missed weight, but it can't be he was injured and he missed weight. It was one or the other. And since then, he's made weight twice. So how much are we going to keep punishing him? Hard to prove they have drugs after you blow them up and they sink to the bottom of the ocean. It is hard to prove, isn't it? Thoughts on the Akash simp situation? I have no idea what that is, loyalty business. Will Aka Sign be able to sit in Dougie's corner while... I don't know what you're talking about. I can feel Nacho's rage blowing. It is good to see. Why does it automatically erase my comments? Because YouTube is gay. How are you, Sniff? Good to see you, dude. What was your fight of the year? Joshua Van versus Brandon Royval. Kayla, great at long-range grappling. Long-range grappling. Have I invented a new thing here today, chat? Long-range grappling. I live in Venezuela. The country is run by drug lords. I don't know what propaganda you are talking about. Loyalty? I'm done talking to you about this. Continue typing all you want. Oliveira beats Holloway easily. Oliveira beats Holloway easily. Oh, yeah. Fucking easily, man. Easily. He needs to push Dana into an office and have a good talking. He needs to push Dana into the office and give him a good talking to. Francis Ngannou style. Grab him by the collar. Stick him in the office. Sit him down and talk to him. How are you, Darklight? Good to see you, dude. You forget how much Dana holds a grudge. I do forget how much Dana holds a fucking grudge. Calm down, Dougie. No need to chimp out. UAE is United Arab Emirates. Look at what is happening. Look at what is happening in Sudan. I don't give a fuck about what is happening in Sudan. I couldn't give two shits. Armin has to sleep with Valentina and Nina Drama. Ugh. The Valentina part would be bad. Nina Drama? Not so bad. Nina Drama, not so bad. The Valentina part would be bad. That was to Armin being punished. That was to Armin being punished. They really punished poor Brady for being a company man. They dropped him half of the rankings for no reason. Oh, yeah, I know. Rather than just dropping him down one, like moving Michael Morales above him and dropping him down one. No, poor Sean Brady just gets dumped all the way to the bottom of the rankings. What kind of message are they sending to the fighters? Like the Armin Sarukian, Lerone Murphy. Lerone Murphy is on a 9-fight win streak. They say, we want knockouts. Lerone Murphy sleeps Pico. He doesn't get tapped for the next title shot. Armin Sarukian misses weight. So he weighs back in as the backup fighter. Then he goes and beats the piss out of Dan Hooker in an exciting main event. He doesn't get tapped for the title shot. They say you need to fight for your spot in the rankings. Sean Brady fights for his spot in the rankings to be the #1 contender. He doesn't really shoot any takedowns. He keeps it a stand-up, exciting, striking fight. And he plummets all the way down to number 8. From number 2 to number 8. The UFC is fucking off the rails, man. Completely off the rails. Off the rails, dude. Just pretending Ilya doesn't also beat Volk and Max and Oliveira is hilarious. All the fighters just pretending. Just pretending Ilya doesn't also beat Volk and Max and Oliveira is hilarious. Oh, right. You're going to bring up just the Emmett and the Bryce Mitchell fights. What's up, Sniff? Yo, Dougie, McDonald has a new burger with a watermelon called the... Okay, Sniff. That's good to see, mate. Never change, Sniff. Never change, dude. Welterweight's top 10 is definitely more skilled at striking than the featherweight top 10, and it's not even really close. Get him, Nacho. Get him. Why do folks act like Ian Gary ran a wrestling clinic on Prates? He shot like 20-something takedowns and only really got one. I don't think they do. I've never heard them say that, Portuguese Herzog. I've never heard them talk about that. Was the pleasure worth Nacho? Was the pleasure worth the Nacho AIDS? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I should have just let Nacho run off with the fat chicks. You wouldn't have to work with Valentina. She's got a great gas tank. This is true. She'd ride you non-stop. Sean Brady deserves all he gets. I listened to him yap such a cerebral game before the fight, and he does none of it. He'll never touch the gold. He's a moron. Well, to just steal from Toad, he doesn't have pocket boxing. It's also weird that Volk shot 11 times on Diego. Surely he pulls guard next time if he can't drop Volk early. I don't think pulling guard will help. That means he'll end up on bottom, and Volk has got great ground and pound, man. Some fighters have to win 10 in a row, and some have to win 1 to get a title shot. Make it make sense, Johnny. I like how you hold the pen while you talk. It makes it seem like what you're saying is more important, and then you might write it down. No, well, it just gives me something to fiddle with while I do the stream. Yap, not yeah, I got you on that one. Bilal TKO Brady, but couldn't TKO Wonderboy. Bilal TKO'd Brady, but couldn't TKO. Well, Wonderboy's got boxing. Not boxing, but Wonderboy's got striking and understands range. Brady just stands there with his fucking chin in the air getting pieced up. Call me Volk the way I ground her and then pound her. Okay, we've caught up. We've caught up to everybody, chat. Right. Let me refill my juice. I'll be right back. Let me refill my juice. YouTube. Okay. I said juice, not Jews. YouTube will never notify me that you're live. I will cut it off. Go to the Discord. Go to the YouTube notifications. Set notifications on your phone. There is a Discord channel just for the YouTube notifications. You can just do that one. Did you spend your day yesterday in synagogue? Shut up. Let me take a piss. Let me get some more juice. And then we'll do the wasteland or the you know what? We'll do this. All right, chat. Have your polls go nuts. I'll be right back. Let me take a piss. Let me get some juice, and then we'll be back. Okay, where are we at? Oh, is the UFC fixed? 13 votes. There's 26 people in here. Can we get some more votes, people? Dougie is erasing my comments on Qatar. I didn't erase any comments on Qatar. I don't erase any comments. Nacho got good memory on him. All that matters is competitive. He made a comment that there was no point in us picking sides because Ank was going to win. Who did? Read my comment. Where are your comments? Yeah, YouTube is deleting your comments, dude. I don't know what you're saying, but YouTube is deleting your comments. 16 votes. It's between is the UFC fixed and a career watch along. 17 votes. 25 people in here. If someone wants to watch the stream where Dougie first does a roll call for Ank versus Pereira, you can see Eric picking Ank. Ah, there you go. Is the UFC fixed argument is pulling away 18 votes, 50%. Right, we will do is the UFC fixed. We will do is the UFC fixed. No problem, chat. That's the one that we will go with. Eric's picks record is up for debate. Oh, I know. He says he has 100%. He doesn't even have close to 100%, mate. He's on 0%. We should all watch sumo wrestling instead of UFC. Stop it. Is the UFC fit? Are you on top chat? Nope, I'm on all chat. I'm on all chat. Is the UFC fixed? We should all watch, but I'm being told from a reliable source that Eric picked Ankalaev. Eric did pick Ankalaev. That's why Eric is actually on 0%, not 100%. I know. This is the real news that is shocking the MMA world. Eric is on 0%, mate. I picked PSG, Champions League. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thoughts on butter on a sausage? I don't cancel you, Tunnel Man. I don't cancel you, mate. UFC has in-house drug testing. Do you think that Sean O'Malley has the same chance of popping for steroids as, say, Movsar Evloev does with their in-house drug testing? That is point number one. The UFC has in-house drug testing. Who controls who? Who's watching the Watchman? You didn't put me in Team Justin? I'll chuck you in Team Justin, mate. I'll chuck you in Team Justin. Where are the teams? Where the fuck are the teams? Oh, right. There are the teams there. Right. I'll chuck you in Team Justin, mate. There you go. You're in Team Justin now. There you are. Trump, a wall in every border, a coin in every Jew's hand. Okay. Eric, your pick rate is 100% because you have access to the computer behind the door you got. True. What the fuck is Champion League? Everyone go out talks about it's fucking soccer. It's gay. Dougie picked Ank too. I did. We land on Qatar because I have a computer that helps me with my high IQ calculations. Dougie types like an angry secretary. Dougie types like an angry secretary. Right, this point here. The UFC/TKO is working with the boxing commissions in 2025 to change actual fucking laws. Just think about that. Whenever people say, it's the commissions, it's the commissions, it's the commissions, who works with who? Who works for who? Who works for who? How come Mario Yamasaki was still refereeing in the PFL and in Bellator? Who works for who? It's not fixed, it's just highly curated by Dana and the boy. And Nacho, that's why I'm making my argument that it's about 20% fixed. It's not 100% fixed, but when you take into terms everything that I'm going to lay out for you guys, you're going to see why I believe that it is about 20% fixed. Like, at what point is a beard a beard? If you've got one piece of hair on your face, is that a beard? If you've got all the hair on your face, is that how many hairs on your face does it take to become a beard? At some point, it's a beard is a beard. At some point, you haven't just got a 16-year-old boy's sprinkle. You've got an actual fucking mustache. And this is the thing. How much do the UFC need to weigh on the scales of the outcome for people to be like, MMA is fixed? Oh god, I was wondering why my eyes felt gay when I read it. No idea what you're talking about. They have headquarters office of... Why do you think TJ and Jones are generally called jug treats, but not Anderson, Islam, Sugar, even Tyson Fury, everyone else who has popped? I don't know, Portuguese Herzog. I really don't know, dude. I don't know. Bruce Wayne for sure explains everything. Dougie is Mossad. Stop it. Qatar is not a neutral country. Tunnel Man would say that. I mean, it's not as gay as NBA. I'm not high enough for these philosophical questions. Well, this is what the chat wanted. This is what we're doing. Mark my words, they're going to do Usman versus Islam. I think they are. Tico can request specific watch this, boys. Specific. That's not it. Tico... That's not even close. How do you spell specific? Specific. That ain't it. What is a beard? A beard is a paradox. I know, right? Specific. You guys know what I'm saying. I reckon that's what Nacho said. It's highly curated, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's... Well, this is why. Like, when I said it's about 20%, it's about 20% rigged. People are like, really? You think so? I'm going to lay out to you every reason why I think it's about 20% rigged. Every single one. Look for when the bookies get destroyed last minute, Mass. I look for when the bookies are getting destroyed. Yeah, well, we'll get to that as well, right? Dougie R number one in the founders of Hamas. Yeah, you're Israeli. Usman knocks out Islam in the first round. No. Nacho, you could fix that easily. Get philosophical. True. Dougie's still unsure if you are gay or not gay. I'm absolutely not gay. My balls have a beard. Good stuff. All right. I canceled my Daily Wire subscription to watch this. Good move, Nitro Gaming. Good move. All right, UFC has in-house drug testing. TKO works with the commissions to change the laws. TKO can receive... All right, the scales. Oh, this. UFC... UFC can control their diets. Remember, UFC and the PI give them meal plans. Remember when Merab Dvalishvili wasn't allowed to train in the PI because Umar was training? Remember when the champion, the defending champion Merab Dvalishvili wasn't allowed into the PI because Umar was training? Remember when Ank was caught cheating on Ramadan and they had to come clean? No. When was it? What was this? Dougie's not gay, he's just bisexual. They're completely different. Completely different. Completely different. Dougie's about to lay out and highlight his cold medicine fluid paranoia. Yeah, exactly right. Jesus, sir, you're very retarded, sir. We know this, chat. We know this. Oh, right. UFC gets calls of dodgy... UFC gets calls of dodgy gambling and still lets the fights happen. The 10-second timer towards the end of a fight is constantly either being called early or late. The referees are constantly breaking the rules while they're doing their jobs. So you'll have the takesy backsies where the referees stop the fight and then just start the fight again. Herb Dean sat down with all the referees and said, we had a meeting about the eye pokes. We've come to a conclusion. You know what we're going to do about all the eye pokes? We're going to start following the rules and taking a point, which is implying that the referees have just been ignoring the rules. Just completely ignoring the rules and just choosing when or when not to enforce them. So when you start to put all of this together, this is just the shit that I've gotten off the top of my head. Like, you guys have been so good in this debate that you wanted while you're all just talking about how Muslim I am. You guys have brought this all up. The UFC has got in-house drug testing. TKO is working with the commission to change the laws that the UFC want. TKO can request specific judges and referees. The UFC controls the fighters' diets at the PI. The UFC controls the fighters' training schedules at the PI. The UFC gets calls of dodgy gambling and still lets the fight still happen. The 10-second timer gets called early or late depending on the situation of the fight. The referees are consistently breaking the rules while doing their jobs. We've got the scales never being read properly. We've got drug testing happening while fighters have just cut weight. Like Volk and Brendan Allen. How much evidence do you need before you are not shocked that my conclusion is about 20% of the fights are fixed? This is why my conclusion is that 20% of the fights are fixed. I think it makes total fucking sense. Dougie, I recently went to a museum with a bunch of nature shit. I don't know why I decided I just did. The amount of autism there that rivals the UFC live chats, it was disgusting. What do you mean, Sharma? Please let me know. What do you mean, dude? You have got the rigged Aspinall eye poke up there. It was just to cement John Jones as the GOAT? No. Some of these things is just the company being unprofessional. We're just using Harlan's razor. Is that the opposite of Ocken's razor? We're squeezing it in. The UFC is a microcosm of the world's nations, having a meeting to fix problems, but nothing actually ever happens. This is true. Herb Dean straight up invented a rule about excessive coaching during Marab versus Sean 1. Refs rig fights more than promotion. Dude, the referees rigging the rules mid-fight is fucking massive. That is a massive one. The referees just changing the rules willy-nilly. Plus, they give certain fighters like Paddy Cans to build their records. Yes, they do that. That is true. We'll just use that as the matchmaking. The matchmaking itself. Like, this is meant to be a sport where the best fight... Like, in sports, where you have a fucking ladder, you don't set up the Cowboys versus the Buccaneers because the Cowboys have a better chance of winning. They all just fucking play each other. They just play each other and the best team plays for the Super Bowl at the end of the year. There's none of this fucking matchmaking where we move Paddy Pimblett from number 7 to number 5 and then give him an interim title shot while Arman Sarukian is right there ready to go. So yes, two smelly fingers. We'll just call that one matchmaking. Israel is funny saying that all the photo and video evidence of crimes documented. Okay. Yeah, more like 35%. Also, the UFC ignoring their own merit system for money fights. O'Malley, Pimblett, Jones. It's gay. I agree. The scales count as a curation to me. Yeah, the scales are absolutely. The scales never being read properly is fucking crazy. The scales never being read properly is fucking crazy. I'm going to say it again. Dougie's an undercover CIA. What? Why is the CIA here convincing you guys to be more based and hate the UFC? They have no social awareness. I went there with my sister. She was sitting on a very small bench. Her family came and sat next to her. It got to the point where they were literally about to sit on her lap. She left immediately. Ugh, that sounds fucking awkward. Harlan's razor, it doesn't attribute to malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity. I get that, Nacho. You know what? You are right. That is why I'm not coming out and saying, like, it's all rigged, it's all bullshit. But this is why I am of the belief that 20% of the fights are fixed. About 20%. Because There's just so much evidence that you could say they try and fix like 50%. They try and fix 80%. They're trying to fix it as much as they can. The fact that they get calls about dodgy gambling and they still let the fights happen. It's too much, man. It's too much. Adults have no social awareness, so they're super loud and obnoxious. That does not sound like an enjoyable time at all. Did you see Armin eating that pile of slop? No, I don't watch Armin eat large things. Also, Van and Pereira both got rush title fights. 2 risk wins for Van, 1 for Pereira. 2 risk wins for Van. Also, Van and Pereira both got rush title fights. 2 risked wins for Van. What do you mean? 2 ranked. Oh, 2 ranked. Yeah, they do that all the time. Like, there's no set amount of... How many fights do you need to get into the rankings? How many ranked fights do you need to go for a championship? Armin doesn't deserve anything. He still hasn't proved he can make 155 last week. What do you... Bruce... Personally, I think the UFC offered Armin, Gaethje, or Pimlet in Jan without mentioning an interim title, but they declined. They made Gaethje versus Pimlet for the title. They hate Armin for a good reason. That's an opinion, Tony. Like, you don't know that. Armin said that he was ready to fight. Armin said that he was ready to fight in January for the belt. There's a belt fight happening in January. Armin's not part of that. That's kind of the living... That's the beginning and end of it for me, really, Tony. Dana doesn't care about anything anymore. No, he doesn't. The fights aren't necessarily fixed, but I do think the UFC set sites up so someone is at a disadvantage. That's what I mean. Like, there's no script that says they want this guy to win. Well, I don't even... This is the problem, right? We forget about this, too. The back... back... What are they called? Locker room bonuses. Locker room bonuses. Locker room bonuses. Cyril Gane looked so easy against John Jones. So easy. So easy. And Cyril Gane gets an infinite title shot loop. And he looked so easy against John Jones, the way that he just went down and ate shit. You know, they really want to build up BSD in Paris, and Beneil Dariush just ate shit and got face planted. There's just too much. There's too much weighing on the scales. When you say the fights are fixed, are you meaning that one of the fighters are actively trying to lose? I mean more what Bilal is saying here. That the UFC, the power of the UFC, are pushing down on the scales of an outcome. They're pushing down on the scales of an outcome. And they're trying to get a certain outcome to happen. And they're using all of the weight of all of it. And that's why I go and I say, how much hair on a face constitutes a beard? How many clouds in the sky before you say it's an overcast day? I'm not saying that there is a script. And the script goes out. Like Derek Lewis saying, I got the script. I got to win round 1. So what would you call it? If it's not fixing the fights, what would you call it? What is the wrong terminology that I'm using? But there is a certain amount of leverage that the UFC is applying to where it is not the best fight the best. When you say the fights are fit, we've done that one. Bruce Wayne, I totally agree that last pound for Marab is a thing. Maybe rigged is too strong a word, but definitely shenanigans. Dougie just confirmed with specificity he watches Armin eat little thing. Okay. Armin hasn't proved he can make weight, even though he made weight twice since then. I know. I said he didn't prove he can make 155 because he came at 156. I'm aware you can do that, but he should have something to prove after missing weight for a world championship title. He did. He's just done it twice. Off by 1 pound. Who cares? He's done. What would you have him do, Bruce? He's weighed in as the backup fighter. He's fought a number 5 veteran. He finished him in the 2nd round. What would you have him do, Bruce? There's no debate about curation. The story of contract negotiations and timing when Ngannou beat was wild. Yep. Not a meritocracy. Curated fights. Fixing is when one of the guys is getting paid to take a dive. Well, this is the thing, right? You got the lock, like, are guys getting paid to take dives? Are they? With locker room bonuses? Again, Gane against fucking John Jones was insane. An insanely easy fight. So you're saying, Bruce, you're arguing that no one else at 155 needs to weigh in at 155, but because Arman missed weight for the world title fight, he has to weigh in at 155. He's got to weigh in at 155, plus he needs to fight 2 more times and back up and fight and come in as the backup contender once. So because he missed weight, he has got to go above and beyond everyone else before you would give him a title shot. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no, Bruce? There's no debate about curation, the story of contract negotiations, timing when a guy being scored. I agree about them not giving Arman a title fight, but honestly, if he turned down Gaethje Pimlet so he could wait for Ilya, I'm happy that it's biting him in the ass. I could see the UFC trucking him. I agree about not giving Arman a title fight, but honestly, if he turned down the Gaethje Pimlet so he could wait for Ilya, I'm happy that it's biting him in the ass. I could see the UFC tricking him. They could, but I still don't like it. I just don't like. I think this is the worst thing that UFC have ever done. I really do. I really do think this is the worst thing that UFC have ever done. You and Bruce, Tony, I think you two are fucking insane. I think you guys, but he has fought, Bruce. He has fought. I think you guys are insane. If you think what they're doing to Arman is a good thing, or you can agree with it, I think that's insane. The worst thing the UFC might have ever done previously to this was the Tom Aspinall, Stipe Miocic situation. At least Stipe Miocic used to be the GOAT of the heavyweight division. Ilia Topuria isn't even the rightful champ, let's be honest. Islam is. Ilia Topuria beat Charles Oliveira, who's there. Arman Tsarukyan is the #1 contender. Yes, he missed weight last year. Since then, he's stayed active by doing grappling competitions. He's weighed in as the backup fighter. Bruce Wayne is arguing that being 1 pound off championship weight doesn't count for shit. He's fought a #5 contender and beaten him savagely in the second round. And they've just plainly skipped over him when he's put his hand up and said that he was ready to fight in January. This is the most disgusting title booking they've ever done. I'm not happy that the rightful contender isn't getting what he's earned, but I'm happy about who it's happening to because I can't stand him. That's not, like, I think that's just categorically insane. You're allowed to believe that. You're allowed to dislike Arman Tsarukyan. That's fine. But I think for the good of the sport, it's insane, Tony. I think it's insane. And I do think this is proving that it's happening right as we're going into this Paramount era where they don't have to care about pay-per-views. You can't pretend Ilya's win over Charles isn't worthy of a title, yet Arman's win over Oliveira makes him the undisputed contender. It's not just that, it's his run through the entire division, plus his win over Charles Oliveira. Like, Ilya just got to lightweight and got a win over Oliveira. Arman has worked his way through lightweight, and not only that, Arman Tsarukyan fought Islam Makhachev on a week's notice and took it to a very close fight. Very close fight. Arman Tsarukyan is without a doubt the #1 contender, and he's being completely stepped over. It's fine if you're like, I just don't like him. All good. But now we don't have pay-per-views, so they don't have to sell the fights to anybody. It's on a TV network that is just about entertainment, and they've just gone, right, we'll go Paddy Pimblett versus Gaethje for an interim title shot for just entertainment. And then we'll go Diego Lopez versus Alexander Volkanovski too, just for entertainment, when Lerone Murphy is right there with the knockout, and Movsar Evloev is right there as well. It's horrible for the sport. Horrible for the sport. Horrible. Rook really fishing to me with that Garn shit. That's not fight fixing. It's not fixing though. It's not a meritocracy. It's not a meritocracy. Curated fight. Fixing is one of the guys is getting paid to take a dive. The best fighting the best with a crazy concept. Yeah, it's definitely not crazy. It's definitely not the best fighting the best. Arman must give his firstborn to Dana. Arman weighed in at 155 when he was the backup for 317, not 156. Backup for the title fight means you have to make title fight weight. Oh, there you go. Did Arman weigh in at 155 for that, Tony? Did you see Delgarian was about to get sponsored by the Nelk boys and Steve Will Do It apparently bought him a house? Wow. Oh, I hope you got paid a lot for throwing the fight. The fight bonuses are incredibly sketchy. Well, it's not even like, they're the bonuses that we get told about, but then there's the locker room bonuses as well. How do you convince Gane to throw a fight? I guarantee the UFC would have preferred Gane to be the champ. It's better for business. No. No, Excited Soul System. No, it was not. No, it was not at all. Francis Ngannou had beaten Cyril Gane. If Cyril Gane becomes the champion of the heavyweight division, then Francis Ngannou is still better than the UFC heavyweight division. Where if John Jones wins that fight, you can sell the narrative that Francis Ngannou ran away from John Jones and John Jones is the GOAT. It would be better if MMA was more athlete focused than UFC focused, because there wouldn't be any of this unfair title shot shit. Yes. Fixing can be a variety of things with a guaranteed outcome, not just taking a well, that's why I'm saying, like, fixing is how much of the UFC weighing on the scales of an outcome. That's my definition of fixing. How much, like Nacho's definition of fixing is a fighter is taking a dive, yes or no. I'm talking about, is the UFC weighing on the outcomes of the fights? They are doing all of these things to weigh on the outcomes of a fight. The UFC is not merely creating this platform for the fighters to come and fight on, and then the UFC is promoting the best fighter. That's not what the UFC is doing. The UFC is curating what we are seeing and then saying it's the best fight's the best, and it is not that. He just needs to fight one more time, but that would be 2 times. If he fights one more time, that would be 2 times. But I believe the UFC does not illegally cross that line, but it doesn't mean there isn't bad actors close by. Yeah, that's why I'm not saying, like, it's fixed. I'm saying it's about 20%. Like, they're weighing on the scales. Has to involve one of the fighters, which is the point of trying to make fights fit. Why would Arman cut 1 more pound than he has to? He knew he made 156. No reason to cut 1 more pound if he can make 155. Arman is a gremlin of a thing. I'm not happy with the rightful contender. He's not getting what's earned, but I'm happy at right. Greetings, Mr. Court. How are you, Mitch? Good to see you, man. I was listening to you the past 25 minutes while driving. Well, welcome home, Mitch. I hope you're good, dude. Also, you can't pretend... Oh, we did that one as well. Ilya needs to get cucked hard. That way his fighting style adopts to... Okay. People will only accept it when it's bad, when it happens to fighters that they like. That is essentially what it is. I'm not saying he has to make 155 when he's allowed to make 165. I'm just saying he should have something to prove and make... Bruce, you are arguing in such a circular manner. I'm not saying he has to make 155. I'm just saying he has something to prove, and he should make 155. What are you saying, Bruce? What are you saying? He ran through the division like when he knocked out Dariush, joined the club, lost to Gamrot. What am I missing? The rest of his fights? Do we bring up all of Arman Sarukian's record and show how it's 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, do we... Okay. What? So what, you're gonna, like, his whole record doesn't matter because he lost to Gamrot? What are you saying, Tony? Yes, he ran through the division. Yes, he did. Arman misses weight by 2 pounds consecutive times. Spoiled little brat, bitch boy. What's up, brother? How are you, man? I'm just getting an Uber home after a massive night. Good for you, you fucking dirty dog. Arman barely... I'm feeling rough. Good for you. Arman barely beat Charles Oliveira. Personally, he didn't do enough for Big Bruce, and he lost to Gamrot. This is insane. You guys are insane. He proved it by beating Dan Hooker, even though he was already the #1 contender, but let's give it to Patty. Yeah, it's insane to me. Mobzar beat and made Lopez beg. Mobzar beat and made Lopez beg. He didn't make Lopez beg. What are locker room bonuses? Cash, Bruce, cash. Dana White, the UFC, Hunter Campbell, they give cash to fighters backstage that we don't know about. Now, this is the question, right? This is the question. Do fighters ever take a dive? Do fighters ever take a dive? Do we need to do this as well, right? No, what is it? Show and win money. So, let's leave this with the chat. Do you think fighters take dives? You got locker room bonuses for the UFC for certain outcomes. Let's just leave it at that. There are locker room bonuses in the UFC for certain outcomes and gambling money. Or they get their 20 for 20. They get their 75 for 75. They get their show and their win money. Do you think they take dives? There's 8 people, all 100%. 9 people, 100%. 10 people, 100%. Do you think they take dives? Do fighters take dives? Is the title clickbait? No, UFC Brazil did leak that fight was happening and then they deleted it. It's definitely happened. Right. 100% of you believe that the fighters take dives. 100%, nearly 100%, 92% of you believe that the fighters take dives. Great streams, brother. Much love. Thank you, Fight Society. Shout out to Fight Society, man. How you been, bro? Thank you, dude. Thank you for mentioning me in your video the other day, man. What do you reckon, Fight Society? What percentage of the fights do you think is fixed, man? Guys, check out Fight Society. He does essentially daily news videos on UFC and MMA. He's a legend of a channel. Go and give him a shout out. That's Fight Society's page there. So, Dalgarian's bum activity, but I think it's very rare. But, we can agree that fighters do take dives. So we can essentially agree that fighters do take dives. We can agree that fighters take dives. Is my statement that crazy that about 20% of the fights are fixed? All of this, look at all of this, chat. Read every single one. Is the statement crazy that about 20% of the fights are fixed? Let me read your chats. Shout out to Fight Society, man. Not all, but some have. Not all, but some have. Not all, but some have. Tom took a dive. Tom did not take a dive. I take a dive because of Dalgarian's bum activity, but I do think it's rare. 20% is wild. Dougie's the GOAT. Thank you, Miguel. And Dana loves their gambling. William Knight made it undeniable that fights are fixed. That fucking worm of a thing. All right, Fight Society says if NBA players making if NBA players making 10 million or more per year play like shit on purpose for gambling purposes, I guarantee some UFC fighters making 12 for 12 will take a dive. I agree, dude. I agree. I think it's more than just the Dalgarian thing that's going on. I think there are a few fighters that are taking a dive. You've convinced me, no way. My definition of fixing is more debatable. Well, this is what I'm saying. It's the UFC weighing on the fights. Weighing on them somehow. I'm not saying the UFC is giving them a script, but the UFC is not going, right, fighter A versus fighter B. Let's see what happens. The UFC are going, they're pushing their weight down on the scales to cause an outcome. To me, that is fixing the outcome of a fight. It's about 20% to me, I believe, are fixed. If it is by that definition, you would say it's about 40%. This is my definition of it. Like, if it's not fixed, the UFC go, right, fighter B, fighter A, put them in a cage, let's see what happens. But instead, it's fighter A, fighter B, and the UFC are going, right, fighter A, we're gonna do this much to just change the outcome. And to me, that's fight fixing. Change the word fixing to something else. What would you like me to say? What would you like me to say? There is no way Aspinall quit his fight because he couldn't see 100% a dive. No, he didn't take a dive. People forget, man, Sean Brady was a favorite against Morales and chose not to shoot a single takedown. Oh no, Tony. I'm not even lying. Andy Aspinall came out a couple of days ago and said Tom still can't see. Fuck me. I need to see a doctor, not Tom's dad, say that, Nacho. You've convinced me? Yep. My definition of fixed. Yeah, guys, give me your definition. What am I trying to say here? What am I saying here that the word fixed is the wrong word to use? Tell me, guys, what is the word that I'm using that's the wrong word to use? I think more than 20% are influenced. Fixed. The line between influencing and fixing is kind of blurry. Well, that's why I started off this debate by saying, when is a beard a beard? Right? Like, how many stubbles of hair does it cause to have a beard? When is a beard? What is fixing? I've been very sleepy lately, and also, strangely, my turds have been shaped like my roommate's finger. Okay. Change the word fixing to something else. I think it's around 45 to 48%. The UFC get exposed years back for some fighter was asked to help stand again. It all depends on what you mean by fixed. For example, you could argue Ateba Gutierrez getting booked against Tristan Vines is a fixed fight. Minus 1,000 is basically saying this guy has no path to victory. Yeah, that's the matchmaking, right? Fight Society, that's what we're talking about, brother. That's the matchmaking, yeah? The matchmaking is leaning very fucking heavily in a certain direction. That's the matchmaking. And guys, again, check out fucking Fight Society's channel. It's good shit. Let me drop your link again, Fight Society. Check out his channel, guys. Essentially daily news videos. What's he got recently? UFC just handed out the most undeserved title shot of all time from Fight Society. Paramount deal starts with chaos, and the beef is back between Conor and Khabib. Some of the matchups themselves are fixed from the beginning. Yep. The beard is when a gay man uses a woman to pretend he's not gay. Yeah. Attempting to influence or curating results is the UFC. Let's go with curated then. We'll go with curated. That's a nicer word than fixed, right? We'll go with curated. If it's curated, then it's 100%. It's 100% curated. If we're going with is the UFC curated, then the answer is fucking heavily. Heavily fucking curated. How many refs have the UFC banged and what have the UFC bunged and fixed fights with? I don't know. Dagger reads at 2 times the speed for comments he doesn't like. Yes, it's right. I just punched through them too smelly. Every sport that betting companies are involved with, extremely specific bets, there will be rigged matches and shows. Yeah, I think so. If everything on that screen counts as fixing, then I'm saying 90%, including Dana White's Contender Series. Oh, dude, Dana White's Contender Series is just a gambling show. I use the fight to measure how fixed a fight is. 6-7. Okay. All right, Sharma, for fuck's sake, mate. That was Elite XC. They paid Seth Patel to keep it standing against Kimbo. So that was and that's where the famous "it's fucking illegal" meme comes from. A beard is John Jones's wife. True. Oh, that's right. There you go. Yep. Banged like a black candle. I can go, all right, cool. It's completely unlike sports. It's completely unlike sports such as AFL and NFL that follow a set schedule. But Chael says it's because fights are pussies who refuse to fight each other behind the scenes. Yeah, I don't believe Chael. I mean, the PFL proved that you could set a schedule. You could absolutely set a schedule. Now, if they did the rankings the way that we talked about it months ago, right? Fight activity gets you a certain amount of points. A win gets you a certain amount of points. Finishes gets you a certain amount of points. As you go up in the rankings, your pay goes up. If you were out for 6 months, you lose 3 points. If you're out for 12 months, you lose 3 points. If you're out for 18 months, you lose 3 points. 3 losses, you get sent back out of the ranking. If they actually set up the rankings in a way where you got a set amount of points for wins, and that way you worked your way up the rankings, this would actually make sense. It would fix the fucking matchmaking, and there wouldn't be this argument over whether or not Arman Sarukian is truly the #1 contender or not. But instead, we don't have that bullshit. We've just got this elusive thing that, as Aljamain Sterling says, doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, Lerone Murphy got a sick knockout. Lerone Murphy's on a 9-fight win streak. Lerone Murphy is a new matchup for Alexander Volkanovski. Sit down, Lerone Murphy. Diego Lopez is kind of Mexican. He gets the title shot. Speaking of rankings, how is Colby Covington's... Thank you. Fucking thank you, fight. Thank you, Fight Society. What the fuck is going on with Colby Covington? Insanity, mate. Insanity. 2001 NBA Finals were rigged. There is a Netflix show about it. Dude, if the fucking NBA can be that rigged, the UFC is easily rigged. Bro said the N-word. Oh no. Fuck, don't sue me. What are you, 26 people in here going to cancel me because I said the N-word once? Grow up. If we don't know about locker room bonuses, how do you know about locker room bonuses, Dougie? And Dougie said, I use circular reasoning. We do know about locker room bonuses. They've talked about it. The fighters have talked about it. You're just not as tapped in as the content creators are, Bruce. But being a content creator, you're listening to all the interviews. You're hearing all the shit. We do know about the locker room bonuses. We do know about them. Just to be clear, we're only upset that the winner of Gaethje versus Paddy is getting a shot against Ilya before Arman, right? We're all okay with Gaethje versus Paddy if Arman got a shot first. Yeah, dude, Gaethje versus Paddy is a totally acceptable fight. It's a good fight to make. It's just that they're stepping over Arman. That's the problem, man. I actually don't mind getting rid of the rankings. That way they can't use the I don't want to fight down excuse. They fucking might as well just get rid of the rankings and just have it completely based on activity and wins, and just have points, like how many points you accumulate. And the person with the most points is the next one to get a shot at the title. Dougie responds to my message in Discord about dog nipples. Stop it. Dougie wants a point system based on wins and performances. Just become an F1 fan already, mate. I mean, if it works for the F1, why can't we have it here in the UFC? You get a win, you get 3 points. If you fought within the last 6 months, that's an extra point. Like, have a point system. No rankings, just points. If you fight within a 6-month period and you get a win, it's 3 points instead of 2 points. If you get a finish, it's 5 points instead of 3 points. If you sit out for too long, you lose points. The longer you sit out, the more points that you lose. And the champion just works his way down the guys with the most points. The champion just keeps working his way down. And the best fight the best. And the UFC promotes them. The UFC finds a way to make Movsar Evloev sellable to us, rather than just throwing the fighters in a pot and doing this shit. This fucking bullshit. This curated shit. I'm pretty sure Colby is just a poker player now. That's all I've seen him post about recently, aside for his political appearances sometimes. Yeah, I think he's a completely retired poker player and streamer. That's all, Fight Society. According to James Lynch, Colby's retired. According to James Lynch, Colby's retired. Dougie holding strong and not getting rage baited. Good on you, you beautiful legend. Thank you, Sharma. I can't get rage baited. I'm above being rage baited these days. Believe me, chat. Do you believe me, chat? You're winning, son? Do you believe me, chat? You said we don't know about the locker room bonuses, Dougie, not me. We just don't know how much they're getting paid, Bruce. We don't know how much they're getting paid. But we know that there are bags of cash being handed out the back to the boys. Even the World Cup, several tournaments throughout the years were completely rigged. It's published, it's not a conspiracy. Right, so they're getting to the biggest sports in the world. They're getting to 2 guys plus a referee. Arman didn't make 156. Rumor was he was 159. That's why the scale never stopped. No title, he's too heavy. Could be Micah. I don't hate that. I mean, the scales at UFC Qatar were cooked. They kept wobbling for everyone. Every person in here says the N-word. I know, it's just a fucking word. Grow up, man. Evloev hasn't fought. Enough said. This is true. But Lauren Murphy has. Lauren Murphy has, man. Someone donate $2 and tell this Jew that piss is stored in the balls. Fuck you. Get rid of the rankings, have all the fighters show up to an arena, put their names on ping pong balls, and we'll draw the matchups live. Why not? I honestly think Diego getting a second crack at Volk is way worse than the lightweight interim title. They're just as bad. It's 2 back-to-back disgusting bookings. It's pretty bad, man. In today's betting systems, you don't even have to lose a fight in order to make money on a specific category. Yeah, I mean, you could be a Sean Brady, and there could be a bet that Sean Brady is going to shoot a takedown in the first round. And then for some reason, Sean Brady doesn't shoot a takedown in the first round. You could be a Tom Aspinall, and there could be a bet that Tom Aspinall is going to get more than 10 strikes in the first round. And you spend the first few minutes just flowing. Just flowing. Just flowing. It's cooked, man. It's cooked. I think a system could be incorporated with both points and rankings. Well, we did it. We had it set up like this. It was beautiful. We had it set up like this. It was absolutely beautiful. You win a fight, activity plus wins. You win a fight, finishes, extra points. And then you could imagine how the rankings were. Hey, thank you, Fight Society. Got a hop off work. All the best, bro. Talk soon. Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year, Fight Society. Well done with all your success on YouTube, brother. Thank you for the $5. And we'll talk soon, man. Thank you for the shout out the other day in your video, man. I appreciate that. That was real nice of you, dude. Have a good break, man. Enjoy the 5 weeks off. What are we going to do, content creators, for 5 weeks? I don't know, Fight Society, but we'll come up with something, mate. Thank you for the $5, brother. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Fight Society, guys. Go and check out his page one more time. There's plenty of content for everyone. If you don't like my style, check out his style. He doesn't have raging dyslexia like I do. So go and check him out. All right, where are we up to? Just get rid of the rankings. Have all the fighters shop in arena. He does great content. He does. I think a system could be incorporated. I like your concept, but if it was applied, Armin would have been cut from the spot 19 months ago. But then I wouldn't mind, Tony. That's the thing. I wouldn't mind. Like, what does our system incorporate? It incorporates, and what do we want? We want activity, and we want wins. This is what we want. We want the best fighters fighting often for activity and wins. This is what we want. This is what we want. So you would have a champion. Excuse me. You would have a champion like Islam Makhachev, right? And then you would have your contenders. Ian, JDM, fucking Shavkat. Get into there, Shavkat. Burns. You'd have your contenders. They're all just fighting each other, and they're just accumulating points. Well, right now, Ian would have the most points. JDM would be down because he's been knocked out. But he'd be all the way at the bottom. He would actually have higher points, and Shavkat would be down as well. So this is how the rankings would probably look at welterweight. They would look something like this, where you've got fighters and wins actually battling each other. And it keeps the activity going. This is how it would work. It would keep the activity going, and it would keep the champion busy. And the champion doesn't get to fucking pick and choose. It is simply just activity plus wins. Extra points for knockouts. You sit out, too bad, you go down. This is what we want. This is what all the fans want naturally, man. It naturally fixes it. I love the way James Lynch covers the news professionally. Yeah, James Lynch is very, very good. Very, very good at it. 3 retarded questions later. It's all good. That Volk Lopez fight is pretty clear. It's pretty bad. The Volk Lopez one is rigged. Of course it's rigged. I remember being very drunk and high and enjoying that fight. Oh, Volk Lopez won. Yeah, it was, I don't know if it was close enough to warrant a rematch, Cheddarhead. I mean, like, how many fights did Holloway have to do before he got his rematch with Alexander Volkanovski? His first rematch? How many fights did Holloway have to, or Robert Whittaker, when he had to go in there and fight Israel Adesanya? Max Holloway. Max Holloway Tapology. Max got back-to-back rematches, then had to go on a 2-fight win streak. Okay, that's not too bad. But Max was the defending champion, had to go on 2-fight win streak to get a 3rd shot at Max Holloway. Diego Lopez gets a 1-fight win streak against the ranked 11th guy. What about Robert Whittaker? When Robert Whittaker lost to Izzy, Robert Whittaker had to get a 3-fight win streak. Robert Whittaker was the defending champion, lost to Israel Adesanya, had to get a 3-fight win streak to get another crack at Israel Adesanya. Diego Lopez lost 4-1 on the judges' scorecards to Alexander Volkanovski and gets a win over the ranked 11th fighter, Gene Silva. Instant rematch. We UFC content creators got to stick together. It's true. I'm definitely a fan of your style. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate it, man. How are you, K-Dot? Good to see you, brother. How you been, man? I just want a woman to look at me the way that Dougie looks at a gay time. I do love the gay times. It is true. A reminder that Tom promised his fans a video answering all their questions over a week ago, and it's radio silence. Tom Aspinall fans are not. Western fans have not had a good 2026. Not a good 2025 at all. Western fans have had a shit 2025. I'm thinking about incorporating more points depending on rank you. I'm thinking incorporating more points depending on the rank that you beat. Also, those who already lost a title should get to reset in their points unless it was a close decision or a fluky finish. Yeah, I think... Yeah, if you lose the title shot, you do lose a certain amount of points in my system because you do have to go back down and build your way back up again. They're trying to get Volt killed. They are trying to get Volt killed. Yeah, Lopez doesn't deserve it. UFC wants that. Mexican audience, but it was a bang. It was a good fight, but it was 4-1 on the judges' scorecards, right? In tournament draws, there is a method of hot and cold note items, so you know who to pick when you shuffle. In tournament draws, there is a method of hot and cold note items, so you know who to pick when you shuffle. Tournaments are just randomized. Tournaments are just I mean, we just put the names on the wheel and just do randomized tournaments. If they already gave Leon Bilal and Ankalaev title shots, why do they have against Movzar and Murphy? I think we're at a changing of the guard, dude. Like, this is definitely a message that is getting sent out from Paramount. Like, we're here for fun. We are here for fun. I dropped my chocolate on the floor. Oh no, Chrissy J. Just wash it off. It'll be all right. You'll be okay, Chrissy J. You just wash it off. It's by hand, not in a wheel. Yeah, I would just do it digitally. I'd do it digitally. What do we even do on Saturday nights? We do career watch-alongs, Chrissy J. We do career watch-alongs, or we do tier lists. Evloev hasn't fought. Enough said. Then there's Lerone Murphy. Lerone Murphy has fought, and Lerone Murphy got a knockout. Lerone Murphy has fought. Thank you. Right, I think we've done the rankings. We've talked about how to fix the rankings. We've talked about, is the UFC curated? It is. We've talked about, do the fighters take dives? They absolutely do. We'll save the GOAT list for Christmas. We'll save the best boxes for Christmas. We'll save my recap of what will happen to every pound-for-pound fighter at the start of the year for Christmas. We did all that. Did you scope the countdown or what? The countdown. Oh, for UFC 323? No, I don't usually watch countdown, man. We did matchmaking welterweight. Oh, we got to pick up the UFC Olympics. Ooh. I'm up to UFC 315. Should I pick up the UFC Olympics? I was up to UFC 315. Put on an outro song? No, I'm not done streaming yet. Thank you. I've still got more streaming to do. I'm in the mood to stream, mate. Do I continue on with my UFC Olympics? I think I continue on with my UFC Olympics. I was up to UFC 315. Yes, that's what I'm up to. All right, I think I'll pick that up. But they do it by hand, Impact, to draw the results. But they do it by hand. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't do it by hand. I'd do it digitally, mate. I'd do it digitally. 10 seconds because of the... 10 seconds and just wash it down. Lerone Murphy has fought. I'll let that one slide. But who has more impressive resume? It is up for debate. Aljamain Sterling. Aljamain Sterling. This is what makes the Diego Lopez thing so fucking annoying, Bruce. You got Movzar Evloev, like you're like, Movzar Evloev hasn't fought. Fair enough. Movzar Evloev hasn't fought. Fair enough. Movzar Evloev hasn't fought. You've got Lerone Murphy. You've got Aljamain Sterling. Diego Lopez is the least deserving out of everyone at featherweight. I think Armin's dad spoke with Dana White and asked him to make Armin really earn that title shot because he's never really earned anything in his life. Dana, brother. My son, he must learn, brother. He must learn how to do this. Did you see Poatan and Garn facing off? I didn't, K-Doll. Where was that? What's your favorite Pokemon? Charmander. Can you talk about MMA for fuck's sake? It's all I talk about. Everyone's saying they're trying to get Volk killed, clearly are afraid of Volk getting sniped, and therefore acknowledge that Diego is a serious threat. Anyone in the top 5 is a serious threat. Everyone. Aljamain Sterling lost, though. When? Cunt. When? 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 Bruce, I worry about you sometimes. Aljamain Sterling is a former bantamweight. People were saying he was one fight away from being the bantamweight GOAT. He has got wins in the division over Calvin Kattar. Why do they put the grappling on there? And Brian Ortega. He lost to Movsar Evloev, but Movsar Evloev can't fight. So he's got one win over a higher ranked Brian Ortega than Diego Lopez does over Gene Silva. So they both got one win each. Aljamain Sterling has got more legacy to his name because he's a former champion, and he's got a win over a higher ranked guy than Diego Lopez does. And Diego Lopez also just lost to Alexander Volkanovski. Aljamain Sterling is a better choice than Diego Lopez. Easily. Easily. If O'Malley will win, will he get another title shot? Not if Merab's the champion. Am I the only one that is not upset about old man Volk getting a winnable fight in his homeland? It's not that we're upset about it. We're more upset about what's happening to the company. Imagine if Volk loses to a bean in Australia. To a bean, stop it. The fact that Lopez is a nightmare matchup for Volk. Volk dominated 23 minutes of that fight. Lopez landed a grazing right hand, dropping old and chinny. Volk, Movsar and Lone are a skill set miles ahead. They are. I think they are as well, dude. Yeah, but Volk has always been sus with his chin. Always. Always. Aljamain would have been better for the legacy. Aljamain would have been way better for the legacy. So would, quite frankly, Movsar. Movsar would have been better for the legacy because it's Australia versus Russia. It's a really deep rivalry that Australia and Russia have with each other. Lerone is the only person that should be mentioned beside Diego. No, Aljamain Sterling. By your criteria of having Diego there, you have to have Aljamain Sterling there. Aljamain Sterling has got more legacy. Your argument is that Aljamain Sterling has a loss in the division. So does Diego. Diego has a loss in the division to fucking Volk. In fact, Diego's other loss in the division is also to Movsar Evloev. You're either retarded or rage baiting. Aljamain Sterling is just as good of a name to be put up by your own criteria. I blame Yair. I hate Yair. We all hate Yair. There ain't a man born from his mother who can go technique for technique with Alexander Volkanovski. Impression of Rogan ice bathing. Okay. Lorraine Murphy, bruh. I was on board for Movsar because I think it's a good matchup for Volk, but Movsar is one of the best to ever do it at pulling out of fights. I agree. Stop yelling. I will not stop yelling. Not when people are being retarded. Aljo definitely deserves it over Kulon. Yeah, fuck Yair. No one's mentioning that. Yair. Fuck Yair. No one gives a fuck about Yair. Yair doesn't deserve shit. Don't deserve shit. Ain't never been shit. Ain't never gonna be shit. Yair don't do shit. UFC. UFC Tapology. Let's get on with the Olympics, boys. Let's get on with the Olympics. UFC Tapology. I'm calling Diego Coulon. Oh. Well then, yeah, go with Aljamain Sterling. UFC 315. How many fights has Max got left on his contract? 1,000? I'm not sure. Yair doesn't give a fuck about Yair. Yeah, Yair doesn't give no fucks, mate. Up to UFC 315. UFC 315. Muhammad versus Jack Della Maddalena. Aljo lost to Imavov was a lot more recent than Diego's. Also, Aljo got Diego's leftovers when he fought Brian Ortega. If we're being honest, Brian Ortega is higher up the rankings than Gene Silva. They both have got one win each. Diego lost to Volk. Brian Ortega lost to Movsar Evloev. Brian Ortega is a new matchup. You cannot argue that Diego Lopez deserves a title shot more than Brian Ortega does. That's insane. That is insane, Bruce. You're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. You're rage baiting or retarded. Pick one. How do I get cum stains out of my ex-wife's wedding dress so Chrissy J can wear it to our wedding? Vinegar. Number 1 is Lauren Murphy. Number 2 is Movzar. Number 3 is Aljo. Number 4 is Diego Lopez on who deserves it more. I agree with Nacho. At least Lauren Murphy is active. Lauren Murphy doesn't pull out of fights. Lauren Murphy has got the knockout. I agree with Nacho. If you train in America, then America deserves a point. No, that's not how it works. It all depends on whose flag you walk out under. Were we counting women's fights in this? Fuck. Oh, fuck, I don't remember. Shit, does anyone remember? Was I counting women's fights in this shit? Does anyone remember this fucking... I don't want to start again. I really don't want to start again. Was I counting women's fights or not? Fuck. We weren't counting women's fights. There's no way I was counting women's fights, right? Race war, Dougie is it's not a race war, it's an Olympics. Fuck, it was ages ago when we were doing... I know, it was literally halfway through the year. I don't think we're counting women's fights. Yeah, I'm not counting women's fights. Yeah. I am not starting over. Diego Lopez does deserve a shot more than Ortega. Dougie, what are you smoking? Yeah, you're rage baiting. That's right. You can pick retarded. You can pick. I'll put you in because I'm not getting rage baited, so I'll pick for you, Bruce. You're being retarded. I have you on in the background for a little bit, Dougie. Good on you for being mad consistent with the streams. Well, thank you, Shama. I appreciate it, dude. Is Volk going to retire after the fight? Yeah, Tunnel Man. A lot of people have been saying this is Alexander Volkanovski's last fight. Can anyone quote Alexander Volkanovski saying that this is his retirement fight? I don't know where we're getting this news from, that Alexander Volkanovski is retiring. This is fucking news to me. I think people are just forcing it onto Volk, but Volk, to me, is giving off Shevchenko vibes, where he'll just keep fighting until he can't fight anymore. I'm against Lopez getting the shot, but in 2025, number 12, Gene Silva, would honestly kill most of the top 5. We should thank Lopez, if anything, because Gene would have beaten Volk, let's be real. Imagine Volk lying unconscious with Gene Silva barking over his corpse. Yeah, I don't think Gene would have beaten most of the top 5. No, I don't think Gene Silva beats like Movzar Evloyev. No, I disagree. Fuck it, it was ages ago. Start over. I'm not retiring if he wins. He's not retiring if he... Yeah, I know. Why are we saying? You said you can't say Lopez deserves a title shot more than Ortega. Okay, you know who I was talking about, Bruce. You know, you are trying to rage bait, so you're going in the retarded bucket. That's okay, Bruce. You can be in the retarded bucket today. Someone's got to be the retard of the stream, and I guess it's going to be Bruce. No problem, mate. You have picked up the mantle of I'm the fucking retard of the stream. That's okay. Mike Malott. Right, let's go from the bottom up. We're looking for rank. If you guys don't remember what the fuck we're doing here, because quite frankly, some of you guys might not have been subscribed to the channel. A top 15 win gets you 1 point. A top 5 win gets you 2 points. Competing for the title gets you 3 points. And winning the title gets you 5 points. This is the UFC Olympics in 2025. Which country is winning the UFC in 2025? We started it earlier this year, around June, July. Which country is winning 2025? So far, Brazil is winning on 16 points. Russia is on 15. America is on 14. And Australia and New Zealand are punching well above their weight on 7 points. So a top 15 win gets you 1. Top 5 gets you 2. Competing for a title gets you 3. Winning a title gets you 5 points. Who is winning the UFC in 2025? Get mogged, America. Russia and Brazil are destroying you, and Australia is biting at your heels. We start all the way at the bottom of the card looking for ranked fights, because for some reason, the UFC puts ranked fights down the bottom in the prelims sometimes. Why? God himself only knows. What are you talking about? How does Ortega deserve a shot more than Lopez? I meant I meant Aljamain Sterling. Can I be the retard bucket as well, please? Never, hats off, never. Volk and Valentina should have a baby. Stop it, Chrissy J. You're girling up the stream. The fuck just happened to my screen? Oh, there it is. Stop girling up the stream with this. They should have a baby talk, mate. Congrats, Bruce. Congrats, Bruce. It's a crown we have all had to wear from time to time. True. I lost my position of head tart of the chat. Yes, today Bruce is head tart of the chat. Doug, you had a hard time today. I'm having a great time today, Bruce. So are you. I'll have to do better. Yeah, look, everyone gets to wear the dunce hat of the stream. Today, Bruce is the retard of the stream. Ideal situation, Paddy loses, Armin versus Ilya gets booked, Armin wins. We get Gaethje versus Armin for the belt, and Ilya versus Paddy for the co-main. Hang on a second. There's an ideal situation, Paddy loses, Armin versus Ilya gets booked, but if Paddy loses, Gaethje becomes the interim champion. We get Gaethje versus Armin for the belt, Armin versus Ilya gets... So Armin versus Ilya happens as a championship fight outside of Gaethje while Gaethje just sits there. Armin beats Ilya, who then becomes the champion. Gaethje is the interim champion who hasn't had a title shot at Ilya. Gaethje versus Armin fight for the undisputed belt to unify, and Ilya versus Paddy is the co-main. And that's the ideal situation, is it, Bruce? Okay. Is it Junior? Okay, all right. The kid gets a contract at 18 years of age. Valentina and Volk's child gets a contract at 18 years of age. Stop it, Chrissy. Inciting racial violence is one of the many things that Dougie is great at. This isn't racial violence. This is just the Olympics. This is the Olympics of fights. It's not racially motivated. Two countries are still half of number 3, USA. USA, stop it, banging its chatter. You should ban all the chat members that own Hellcats, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying, the real Drew Dober. Greta Thunberg says, how dare you? How dare you? Seeing as Hamzat represents the UAE, why isn't the UAE on the list? Ooh, Hamzat's Russian. It's a great idea. Thank you. How about rank 1 gets you 15 points, rank 2 gets you 14, rank 15 gets you 1, and you get the picture? Way too much work, Bruce. Dougie, when you have a kid with a chat member, will you name it after Dougie? Yes. The points are stupid and I don't like it. How would you do it, Nacho? We're all just a little bit dumber after that one. Yeah, that one was a bit weird. We need to go all in the other direction and abolish the rankings and posturing as a legit sport. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to end up happening one day, Nacho, where it's just, the UFC is just a circus. Just be a circus. I really believe Gene Silver is a nightmare matchup for Volk. Looking at his past opponents, if you can't finish Gene, you're looking at certain death. His reads are too quick. He's obviously powerful as fuck. Oh, I mean, Gene Silver could absolutely land on Volk, and Volk's always been shitty. I'd give him a chance. Yeah, but I don't know about nightmare matchup. Gene Silver's grappling, brother. I've never had to wear a dunce hat of the stream. Usually Nacho was retarded enough to take the heat from me. Oh! Tony and Nacho back at it again. Being best chat member is too easy, so I'm doing side quests today. Good on ya, Bruce. Back yourself, mate. Another ideal, Volk wins and retires. Movzar versus Lerone Murphy for the vacant belt. Movzar wins. Lopez versus Movzar 2 for the belt. Lopez versus Movzar 2 for the belt would be fucking epic. Now, Junior, on that one, I agree with you. Tony, you enjoy watching people drive in circles. Can't get more retarded than that. You love Tony and Nacho going to war. Hamzat isn't Russian, though. He doesn't have a Russian citizenship. He grew up in Sweden, and now he reps the UAE. You know what? We will put Palestine on there. We will put the UAE on there. But as of UFC 315, which is the card that we're up to, Hamzat didn't fight yet. So we'll get to Hamzat when we get to Hamzat. Hats off, hats off. We'll cross that bridge when we cross it. If Lopez loses another title fight, he'll need at least 3 more to get another chance. Not in the modern era. Not in 2025. Dougie, could you talk about the Jews, Greta Thunberg, Trump, liberals, and Bruce Wayne? I need some more dirt on Dougie. No, Sharma, I've done that enough. Volk is getting slumped? Nope. Volk will be doing the slumping. Can you get a Santa hat for the sign in the profile? I think I have a Santa hat in there. There's a box of Christmas decorations under the bed. Palestine is not a country. Palestine is a country. It's not Palestine, it's the UAE. Totally different set of Arabs. Yeah, well, we'll get the UAE flag up. when we get to them, all right? Let's just get through UFC 315 first. Let's look for our first ranked fight. Marc-Andre Barrier and Bruno Silva were not ranked. Ion Kutatelaba was not ranked, I don't believe. Benoit Saint-Denis. Was Benoit Saint-Denis ranked in this fight? No, Benoit wasn't ranked. Benoit was ranked 17th at the time. Benoit wasn't ranked at the time of the fight. Benoit was ranked 17th. Benoit was still just outside of the rankings. Okay. Benoit was not ranked at the Kyle Prepelic fight. We don't count women's fights. Jose Aldo. Was Jose Aldo ranked? Jose Aldo was unranked at the time of the fight. Unranked at the time of the fight. Jose Aldo was unranked. And then Jack Della Maddalena beat up Bilal Muhammad, getting Australia and New Zealand a couple more fucking points. Yeah, boy. Winning a title got us 5 fucking points. You love to see it, chat. Where am I up to? Remember when Hamzat was going to retire because he had the flu? Mate, don't fucking... There's a harsh flu going out there. Hamzat is Chechen and Chechnya is Russia. This is what... Yeah, but he doesn't fight under Russia anymore, does he, Mr. C? Just put a flag of a bunch of farm animals fucking each other. Okay, shithead. For fuck's sake. Jan was piecing Diego up badly. I think Diego has learned how to fight short, guys. Another Volk masterclass incoming. 50-45 this time. Let's go, brother. Volk knocks out Lopez, gets hair plugs and grows a mullet. That's what we're talking about. People forget, man, Volk is the most well-rounded fighter in UFC history. He is, man. He's literally one of the GOATs, dude. What country does Bilal represent? America or Palestine? All right. So Bilal, competing for a title gets you 3 points. All right. 17. Oh, well done, Americans. Well done, Americans. Well done. The Americans take over Russia. Well done, Americans. They take over Russia with Bilal competing for a title. Well done, Americans. Allberg would have been good. Allberg will have been a good few points. Yeah, we'll get a few points with Allberg. Yep. Gaethje wins and sits out. Gaethje wins and sits out. Arman versus Ilya. He grapes him. Gaethje versus Hooker for the interim. Hooker versus Arman 2 for the belt. Now that's a banger. Gaethje wins the interim title shot, but he sits out. So Arman versus Ilya for the undisputed title. Arman grapes Ilya. Then Gaethje comes back, defends his interim title against Dan Hooker, even though we're just going to ignore Charles Oliveira and Max Holloway. Hooker versus Arman 2 for the belt. I like this timeline you're living in, Junior. I don't know about it, but there you go. If you lose the title in embarrassing fashion, it's negative points. No. Volk represents Macedonia. No, he doesn't. What do the Americans have to say about Bilal? Good point, Paul, but he does rep America. If we use our statistics brain and do this per capita, Australia is the clear leader. Oh yeah, Australia is clearly winning as usual. Arman is the most ducked lightweight. Only champs fight him, and no one in the line wants to fight him moving up. I know, Junior. I know, and yet we're still arguing about whether or not Arman deserves a title shot. Dougie can't count. Dougie can absolutely count. The UFC title was promised to me 4,000 years ago. It should be based on where the fighters actually live. None of this gay woke stuff I identify with this country. You Americans would say that, Bruce Wayne. 17 isn't smaller than 16. Huh? Oh shit, I didn't even notice that one. Americans on top for now. Americans are on top for now. It won't last long. How does lightweight have 3 belts going fucking boxing style? Tell me about it. Check your list, brah. Check your list, brah. Dougie can only count to 5. Mackenzie Dern's ass. How did you recognize Mackenzie Dern's ass? We don't claim Bilal, but we'll happily receive his points. Yeah, like I said, Doug, you can't get shut up, dickhead. Right, that was UFC 315 in the books. We move on. We move on from UFC 315 to whatever was next. Burns versus Morales. Ooh, all right. Ranked fights, boys. Ranked fights. Not ranked. Denise Gomes, not ranked. DeVille, not ranked. Jared Gordon, not ranked. Just outside of the rankings. Gabe Green, absolutely not ranked. Not ranked, not ranked. Oh, Nasultan Ruziboyev. Was Ruziboyev ranked? No, not even close. 33. Sadiq Yusuf, not ranked. Michael Morales, Gilbert Burns. Now, this was Michael Morales getting into the rankings, I believe, right? This was Michael Morales getting into the rankings. He was ranked 13th. And Gilbert Burns, what was Gilbert Burns ranked? Gilbert Burns was ranked 18th. Gilbert Burns wasn't even ranked at the time. Gilbert Burns was out of the rank. I don't believe that. Is Tapology correct anymore? This is meant to be rankings at the time of the fight. Gilbert Burns wasn't ranked 18th when this fight happened. No fucking way. We must check this, brother. We must check this. We must bring up this on Fight Pass, brother, and check this, brother. UFC Fight Pass. We go to a Fight Pass, we check this, brother. I don't believe that Gilbert Burns wasn't ranked when this fight happened. America on top forever. All right, mate. You guys are on top for now. For now. Burns was never my friend. If Mobzar and Armin become champ, 5 of the men's divisions could be ruled by the Caucasus region. Yeah, Caucasus is like if the Caucasus region united and had their own flag, Caucasus would be destroying the UFC right now. Destroying it. Burns. Yeah, Tapology's wrong, man. Tapology's wrong. Gilbert Burns was ranked 8th at the time of the fight. Morales was ranked 12th. Tapology's meant to have rankings at the time of the fight. We're going to have to do it manually again. Tapology is wrong. The entire list is void. No, because this is how we were doing. Tapology just added this feature. This is a new feature that Tapology added. Tapology's new feature is it shows you their rankings at the time of the fight. This new number here, this is new. This only came in a few weeks ago. But this is not true. If we can't Tapology, we might as well end the channel at this point. No, we'll do it manually. We'll just do it manually. So when Michael Morales got his 1 over Gilbert Burns was 8th in the rankings. Where is Michael Morales from? Ecuador? Ecuador. Good for him. Good for Ecuador. Good for you, Ecuador. Look at you. Getting 2 points. Good for you. You're getting on the board there, Ecuador. That's good. That's good. You guys can join the rest over there, Ecuador. That's good for you. That's a good stuff there. I think they follow Tapology rankings, not the UFC. Ah, right. There you go. China has surpassed the USA in their GDP, I believe. I believe they have 2 smelly fingers, yeah. Anthony Hernandez is going to beat Hamzat for the belt next year. No. If we can't trust Tapology, nope. Their rankings, not the UFC rankings, completely different, mate. Tapology have their own rankings, man. Get up to stuff. No, this is new. This is new. This is new. This is a thing they only brought in a few weeks ago. It's also weird because he doesn't fly the American flag or identify as American in any way. Bilal is a weird one, but we'll put his points there for the Americans. Imagine Muhammad Makayev, Murad Movzar, Armin, Makhachev, Chimaev, and Ankalaev all become champions. This is what I think the UFC is scared of. They really do not fucking want this. This makes the UFC shit bricks. If all of the Chichivips become champions, UFC is not going to be happy at all, mate. What is the fattest girl you've ever smashed? I don't know, mate. I didn't put her on scales, Sharma. But I'll tell you this. I had to run. I ran the next morning. I woke up and saw what I had done. I ran. Turns out Dougie was never #1. Shut up, dickhead. Ankalaev never became champion, never becoming champion again. True, never. We don't want Bilal taken back. What, we're going to give his points to Palestine? China has had a GDP of 9 trillion. America is at 33 trillion. Are these people just making stuff up? There you go. Hats off, hats off. Has got the facts. Bilal we can't take him down. Bilal can't take down like he used to. Bilal could never take people down. He more smushed people against the cage. He was more of a cage smusher. This idea of Bilal being this takedown master is a false narrative that existed. I remember we were doing a Bilal Muhammad fighter matrix chat. A Bilal Muhammad fighter matrix. I remember this chat. And we noticed that Bilal's takedown defense was actually not all that. Not all that at all. At all, I tell you, chat. Next fight night. Where am I? UFC 315. Blanchfield versus, but was there any ranked fights here? I think Gamrot Ludovic Klein was a ranked fight, but I don't think Ludovic Klein was ranked. I think that was the only ranked fight on the card. Jordan Levitt isn't ranked. Pelagioki isn't ranked. Yeah, I think this is the only fight that was on the card. Gamrot would have been ranked. And he gets a win. I think he gets just 1 point for that. The last glimpse of Prime Bilal was when he walked down Leon. Yeah, that was it. That was the last one. Yeah. That was the last one. Wouldn't Piotr Jan be eligible for the Chinese category? Why, Mitch? Why would he be eligible for China? Please tell me, mate. Why would he be eligible for China? Whose butt is that and whose country do they represent? That is Mackenzie Dern's ass, and she is obviously the flag of all of Brazil. The last glimpse of Prime Bilal was when he... Yep, this was true. Yep. Bilal was never my friend. Dougie started drinking after that to try and forget how much she weighed. Oh, mate, I had to stop drinking to make sure that mistake never happened again. Bilal, give Bilal the points to the West Bank territories of Palestine. He doesn't really represent America. And he wouldn't in the Olympics. Oh, in the Olympics, Bilal would 100% be marching out with the Palestinians. Put it like this, when she got into the car, did it mean it was one side? I don't even remember. No, I think we walked back to hers. I was so drunk, man. I really don't remember. All I remember is the next morning and fucking jumping out the window. Dougie, who is your favorite character from South Park? Cartman. Leon and Izzy both walked down in the title fight, subbed in the 4th and KO'd in the 2nd. Leon and Izzy, they both got walked down in their title fight, subbed in the 4th and then KO'd in the 2nd. They are on a very similar path, aren't they, Junior? Sucks for them. Joshua Van is about to give America even more points. No. Have you watched the new season of Stranger Things? No, I haven't. John Jones represents Russia now. What is going on with John Jones and Russia, mate? Why do people act like Bilal dominated Leon when it was 48-47 and Leon ended the fight on his back, getting his head split open by brutal elbows? I don't know. That's just the narrative that goes out there. It's really strange to me. They act like Bilal put on a fucking masterclass to Leon Edwards. They forgot that Leon Edwards got Bilal down twice, had Bilal's back, outboxed Bilal, and was ground and pounding him in the last round. It's such a weird fight the way people remember that. You have to get drunk with Kayla Harrison? No. Alex the chat himself lives in America. No, Alex is obviously going for Brazil. Right, Ludovic Klein got a win. No. Gamrot got a win over Ludovic Klein. That's a win inside the rankings for Gamrot. That's 1 point to the Americans. Well done, Americans. You're pulling ahead a little bit more. Well done, Americans. Well done. Well done. Well done. Gamrot was ranked in that fight. We move on to UFC 316. Ranked fights. Keep your eyes open for ranked fights. Not a ranked fight. Quaylen Salkilled versus Yanila Shmuz. Not a ranked fight. Jo Sung Yu. Not a ranked fight. Gustafsson. Not a ranked fight. Waldo Ortez Costa. Sergey Spivak. This would have been a ranked fight. Let's have a look at the rankings. We must check this, brother. Thank you, Cheddarhead, for gifting 5 gifted memberships, Cheddarhead. Thank you, Cheddarhead. You're a legend, mate. Thank you, dude, for the $5, Cheddarhead. Fucking good on you, son. Hamza literally got the single into a double leg takedown. Brother, you must learn wrestling, brother, you must learn your wrestling, brother. Shit pull, yeah, but the money was good. Where's Waldo Ortez Costa versus Sergey Spivak? Top 10 win, not top 5. So Waldo Ortez Costa gets whatever country that is a point. What country is that? Dominican Republic gets 1 point, brother. That will be Waldo Ortez Costa's other fight there, brother. They get 1 more point. Dominican Republic get 2 points, brother. Good for you, Waldo. You get 2 points. You good boy. You good fat boy, Waldo. You get Dominican Republic 2 points, brother. All right, Dominican Republic gets 2 points for Waldo Ortez Costa. Let me come back and read some chats. Let me read some chats, chat. Let me read some chats. Bilal walked down Leon, and it looked like Leon could have thrown more, but he didn't. Yeah, but the fight wasn't a wash at all, Junior. Doesn't this Joshua Van fight just feel like one of those where the champ finally loses to the one? Not to me, man. I really like Joshua Van, and I hope that he wins, but I feel like Joshua Van is going to get backpacked for 25 minutes. It's like Leon lost because he got frustrated. Yeah, Leon didn't want to bite anything, but he was sleepy, bro. He was super sleepy, bro. People forget, bro. Hit the like button, dickheads. Hit the like button. John Jones in Russia looking for his Hezbollah wife. His little Hezbollah. Where is that little bastard again? But the Chongo Greek Reaper walked down Leon Edwards. Yeah. Gamrot is Polish, I thought. Doesn't Gamrot fight under the American flag? Holy shit. Gamrot is Polish. Hang on a second. Stop the count. Stop the count. Hang on a second. Where does Mateusz Gamrot fight out of? Hang on a second, chat. Stop the count. America has stolen a point, and all the Americans in the chat went, Mateusz Gamrot fights out of Poland, chat, not out of America. You fucking dodgy fucking Americans. Thank you, Bilal. Where are the Polish? 3 points for Poland. Thank you, Bilal. Dodgy fucking Americans trying to steal more points. And Cheddarhead dropping five donations so that I would look past it. Hamzat took down John Jones. I know, bro. I know, man. Even while Hamzat has a broken foot that he needs surgery on. Crazy, dude. Hamzat literally got a single double leg takedown. I know, dude. Hamzat is a better grappler than the GOAT. Did you hear about the 450 Indians that got caught with driver license scam in New Zealand? 10 points for India. Well, if Indians couldn't scam driver's license, they wouldn't have any jobs. If Hamzat can take down John Jones, imagine what he can do to Tom and Garn. Oh, yeah. But can he take their punch? Dougie, you're boring me. I'm bored. You're so gay. Well, that's all right, Excited Solar System. You know, you can go play video games or something. Dougie, come to Miami. I would love to come to Miami, mate. Make sure you like and subscribe and hit the button. There you go, mate. How do you not know what the Dominican Republic flag looks like? Why the fuck would I? Why would an Australian need to know what the Dominican Republic flag looks like? I know that you're an American and you think the whole universe revolves around your country. Fucking guess what? It doesn't. Your politics are irrelevant. Your military is less than useless. Your leaders are retarded pedophiles. And no one gives a fuck what Cuba's and the Dominican Republics and Portugal, no one gives a fuck what your little satellite states' flags looks like. You are not important, okay? Russia is important. Russia and China and BRICS are the future, mate. The like button is Hezbollah and you are John Jones. Tap that. Okay. That's just too much. We deserve the points. Gamrot got that Polish power. That's right. How I see it, Joshua Van always loses the first. Batters Pantoja in the second and the third. And then Pantoja backpacks the last two as Van is tired. 48-47 for Pantoja. Junior, I think that is a perfect call, mate. Honestly, I do. 90% of these cunts train and fight out of the US. But the game wouldn't work if we just did it that way, Mr. C. Can't use our gym, eat our food, and not give us the point. No, Americans, you don't deserve the points. Doesn't matter if he was raised here. We made him who he is. A lot of guys fight and train in Thailand. Do the Americans want to start giving Thailand all the points? Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? I think Molly McCann might become a boxing champ because she is tougher than her competition. Makes sense. Molly McCann is one of the biggest lesbians walking the planet. America is the capital of Earth, was the capital of Earth. How do you not know what the Vanuatu flag looks like? I know, man. What's that? We found all the oil. Here comes a dose of freedom and democracy. That's right. Time for this country to get some democracy. You need to come to Smallville. You're going to love it. I would love Smallville. How does me being a big, bad American have anything to do with knowing what the Dominican flag looks like? And people say Americans are uneducated. You are. You only care about your world of influence. I bet you don't know what the Thai flag looks like. Americans realizing people outside of them use online platforms. I know. Fucking Americans. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Why is the Canadian flag... Does anyone remember why Canada's just floating here? And India's got -1 point? What were we doing when we started this list? Why is India started as -1 and Canada is just floating alone, waiting to get on the board? I don't remember how we started this game. Anyway, moving on to next in the UFC Olympic count. One of the best live streams you're ever going to see, chat. The UFC Olympic count. Oh, one of the most exciting streams ever, this stream. What a concept I came up with. Joshua Van versus Bruno Silva. Was Bruno Silva ranked? I think Bruno Silva was ranked from memory. I believe Bruno Silva was like 12th or 13th at the time. I believe he was. Joshua Van versus Bruno Silva. Let us check this, brother. Joshua Van, Brandon Royval. Joshua Van, Bruno Silva. Bruno Silva was ranked 12th. How's the memory? How's the memory, chat? How's the memory? People say I'm retarded. People are wrong. People are wrong. I tell you what, man, they're right. They have no idea, man. They have no idea what they're talking about. When I can tell, I can see it in front of me. I can remember everything perfectly. I can remember it all. Joshua Van fought Bruno Silva. Joshua Van fighting out of Vietnam. Myanmar. Joshua Van fighting out of Myanmar. Gets that Myanmar a win. Gets him a win. Tell you what, chat. I said, wow. Wow, what a win for Myanmar. Wow, what a win. The Myanmar's flag. The Myanmar flag. I said, wow. We got to get a Myanmar flag. No problem. Myanmar. Okay. Yep. We'll get a Myanmar flag. There you go, Myanmar. Well done. Welcome to the Olympics, Myanmar. Get yourself a point. Myanmar is doing better than India. Well done, Myanmar. Get yourself a single point. Who knows? Maybe you'll end up with 7 points at the end of the year. Watch out, Myanmar. Watch out. Don't want to be up there with the big boys. Let me read some chats. We invented technology. No, Nikola Tesla invented technology. Serbian. Does Ghibli even beat McKenny? Ghibli beats literally no one. We invented inventing. I do know that the Thai flag looks like. Thank you very much. Okay, you know what ladyboys are. Canada's in the cuck chair. Should we bring out a cuck chair for Canada? Shall we bring out a cuck chair for Canada? Where is the recently? We recently used a cuck chair. Where is the? Here we go. There you go, Canada. Get yourselves on the cuck chair, Canada. I love the cuck chair. I love when we bring out the cuck chair on the stream. One of my favorite moments is bringing out the cug chair on the stream. I can recognize the Australian flag anywhere because of the giant kangaroo on the front. Based. Two smelly fingers. Based. America invented YouTube. YouTube gives Dougie all the money. That's what Dougie gets for being anti-Semitic. He gets his money cut off. Dougie is an employee of America. I do have to give my tax file number to YouTube. That is true. India's got -1 because that Indian guy claimed he was an MMA fighter to get into the UFC. Totally crashed out. India lost a fight by getting fucking barked at. Bruno Silva was ranked and roided, but the back knee didn't save him from Miss Joshua Van. True. Benjamin Franklin invented electricity. Nikola Tesla did. America built the pyramids. Stop it. Bruno back knee Silva. Thomas Edison. Add Cameroon to the Olympic list. What about the Chad UFC? What about Chad? Well, as you can see, this is how we've been doing it, Junior. As they win fights throughout the year, their flags just naturally get added. The cuck chair is just too far. I love the cuck chair. Dougie, you mentioned the Thai flag. You think about Ladyboys Impossible. Mate, you know what the Thai flag looks like? Gay. 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 Everyone in chat called Bruce Wayne gay. He knows what the Taiwan flag, the Thailand flag is. Kevin Holland versus Vicente Luque. I think this was another ranked fight as well. I think Vicente was still ranked at this time as well. We must check this, brother. Kevin Holland. Vicente Luque. Luque was ranked 14th. That is a point for the Americans. Well done, Americans. That is a point for you guys. That is a point. Kevin Holland, Vicente Luque was ranked 14th. That is a legit win for the Americans. For Kevin Holland. Well done, Americans. Another point. Fucking hell, I thought Mike Malott was a decent young prospect. He's 34. Yeah, he's 34, mate. He's 34. He's 34. 2 points. No. Vicente Luque was top 15. That's 1 point. That's 1 point. Cheddarhead. Read the fucking game. Fuck you, Cheddarhead. We move on to the next fight. Mario Batista versus Patchy Mix. Mario was ranked. Mario was ranked. This is a win inside the rankings. Oh, but does it count? Because Patchy was not ranked. Patchy was not ranked. Does it count, chat? The Americans are going to say, obviously it counts. Mario's inside the top 10. That's a point. But Patchy was not. So does it count as a win inside of the rankings? Oh, I need to think. I need to think here. Am I going to give the Americans a point for a win just because Patchy? I don't think it counts, chat. I don't think it counts. Oh, shit. Sorry, I don't think it does, man. Impression of ancient Sparta Dougie as he gets thrown off the cliffs at age 36 after the other Spartans find out he has a reading disability. Spartans didn't need to read. We were all about war. If you actually check my genealogy, you'll see I'm 23% Spartan. Dougie is trying to get back at me. I am, Bruce. If I penetrate this ass, does it make me gay? Yes. If I'm not being penetrated, therefore I am dominant species, do you agree? I am not being penetrated, therefore I'm not being penetrated, therefore I am the dom. If there's any cocks and asses, you're gay. Bro is ignoring my country of Sao Tome. That's where Ataba, Ngannou, and Moesa are from. I'm not ignoring it, Junior. I'm going through every single fight of the year, and as it comes up, it gets a point on the board. If your country hasn't come up yet, I'm not ignoring it. It just hasn't come up yet. I started doing this in June. I'm picking it back up now. If your country hasn't been able to score on the board yet, this is kind of not my fucking fault. Get your country to get some wins, mate. I don't know what else to say. This kind of isn't my fault, you know? What else can I do? I can only calculate the fights that have happened. Of course it counts. I don't think it does. I don't think it does count. Canada's only prospect being 34 and get fraud checked by Magny is crazy. It's like if Australia's best fighter was Jake Matthews. I know. Ateba Gutierrez. When we get to Ateba Gutierrez, we'll get to Ateba Gutierrez. When we get there, we'll get there. We just haven't gotten there yet. We're up to UFC 314 or 316. I think we're at 2 now. We just haven't gotten there yet. When we get there, we'll get there. We'll get there. These rankings are curated. They're fixed. They're not fixed. Dougie is trying to... I'm not trying to fudge the numbers. Patchy Mix was unranked. It was his first fight in the UFC. Dougie is not better than Dana White with the rankings. Dougie's 23% Spartan, but 23% gay, so it cancels out. If I cut it with a knife, it's not gay. It would be creating a vagina with a blade, therefore it's straight to penetrate. Yes, that is true. Morales would have groped Morales. All right, so does Mario Batista get the Americans a point? Even though he beat a nobody. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I don't think that counts as a point. I don't think it counts. 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 I think you have to beat someone in the rankings. You got to beat someone in the rankings to get the point. If you only controlled the UFC, would you pay the... No, I would. I'd pay them less. I'd pay them less than I pay them now. Oh my God, no. No, I would not. Not even close. No. I'd pay them NFL and NBA numbers, but they have to train where I tell them to train. They have to fight who I tell them to fight, and they're not allowed to turn down fights. Then I'd pay them like athletes, but they'd have to behave like athletes. Scam list, Scoot Majumbo. All right, we'll give the Americans a point. We'll give the Americans a point for that one, even though that is bullshit. That is a bullshit point, that one for the Americans. That is horseshit. That is a unfair point. Would you at least get rid of the win-lose split? No, I wouldn't. No. The win-lose split is important to actually make them want to fight. Now, was Kelvin Gastelum ranked? Was Kelvin Gastelum ranked? Is this another point for the Americans? Kelvin was unranked. No ranking next to Kelvin's name. Kelvin was unranked. Kelvin Gastelum, no ranking next to his name. Unranked. Does not count. And then Merab Dvalishvili gets 5 more points for his country and 3 more points for America because Sean O'Malley competed for a title. Where are we at for Georgia? Georgia is on 11. And then the Americans get 3 more fucking points. Well done to the Americans. Well done. Marab is from New York. Marab's from Georgia. We have 12-year-olds with clock switches. Many of them are trans. Scary. So Kelvin went from taking Izzy to hell to losing to Joe, lost to welterweight. But do you remember that fight? That fight, Kelvin Gastelum, was very hard to finish in the third. If Kelvin had just not gassed and pushed the pace, he might have won that because Joe Pyfer was the one gassing out in the third. Marab is from Brooklyn. Marab fights out of Georgia. Stop it. Impression of cheap ass Dougie explaining to his employee why he's paying them less than the minimum wage. Your services just aren't worth that much. If you were worth more, I'd pay you more, but anyone can dig a hole. If you don't like it, you leave. What, you don't have another job? You can't do anything? This is why I'm paying you less than minimum wage. I could get an Indian to do this job. I can get an Asian to do this job. If you can get a better job, go get a better job. Go on, go. Can't get a better job, can you? All right, you get $11 an hour. Read my chat about the 12-year-old... No, I'm not reading that Excited Solstice. That's crazy. Marab is from the Long Island. I don't even know what that means. Gaethje will knock out Paddy the Fatty. No, Betico. No, brother. You're going to have an Indian do your work? I've had Indians do my work before. When I've needed a push, I've had the Indians do my work before. Jeez, America's really pulling ahead here now. We don't like it. We're going to need to see some other countries get some big wins. UFC 316. Done. In the books. Usman versus Buckley. Let's have a look for some ranked fights. That's low quality. Oh, horrible quality, but it gets the work done. Gets it done quick. The Indian will fill the hole with poo. This is true, Brad. This is true. Was Ricky Simon ranked? Don't think so. Ochoa wasn't ranked. Cody Durden wasn't ranked. Malcolm Wellmaker wasn't ranked. Michael Chiesa. Ooh. Was Michael Chiesa still in the round? I don't think he was he? No, I don't think he was. Alonzo Manifield versus Umar Sy. I don't think Alonzo Manifield's ranked. Rani Barcelos, Cody Garrett. Rani's not ranked. Petrosky's not ranked. So this was the only one. Kamaru Usman. Now, was Kamaru Usman in the top 5? or in the top 10 when this happened? Was Kamaru Usman top 5 or top 10? Kamaru Usman was in the top 5 when he got the win. Good stuff for the Americans. He was in the top 5 when he got the win. Well done to Kamaru. Top 5 win is 2 points. Well done to the Americans. What a day the Americans have had on the Olympic count. Massive day for the Yanks today. Huge day for the Americans. Huge day for the Americans. Brother, be real. Paddy Pimblett is the Jake Paul of the UFC. He just beat nobodies and grandpas on massive losing streaks. Yes, this is true. I do think he is in 2025 at least. Well, it'll be 2026 when the fight happens. In 2026 at least, I think he is a better level of fighter than Justin Gaethje, which sucks because I'm a huge Justin Gaethje fan and I'd love Justin Gaethje to get the win. But I don't think he will, brother. I don't think he will. I would pay them NBA, NFL numbers, but I would make it significantly harder to get into the promotion. It should be when you make it to the UFC, you can focus on training and keeping a side job. Buckley learned takedown defense halfway into the fourth. I know. If you're going to pay them NBA numbers, you need to treat them like NBA athletes, which means, again, in the noughties and in the 90s, they would fight not 3 times a year, but 3 times a night, multiple times a year. NBA and NFL players play their games all the time. All the time. Now, obviously, I wouldn't expect a UFC fighter to have 21 fights a year, but we're going to be having more than 4 fights a year. You're going to be having, again, if in the noughties you could fight 3 times a night, 4 times a year, you're going to be having 15 fights a year. You're going to be having 15 fights a year. You're not going to be telling me who you're going to be fighting. You're not going to be turning down fights. Yeah, the Raiders don't get to turn down the Eagles because they don't feel like it. You're going to be fighting who I tell you to fight. You're not going to be training in Thailand, eating their food on their diet. Yeah, LeBron James doesn't get to decide that he's going to train away from the rest of the team over in Dagestan. No, you rock up to training when we say you're going to be on the fucking court at 9 a.m. You're going to be on the fucking court at 9 a.m. You're going to be training. You're going to be doing this many push-ups. You're going to be doing this many reps. You want to treat them like NBA athletes. You want to pay them like NBA athletes. You treat them like NBA athletes. No fucking around, no talking about this or that, no outside sponsorships. You toe the fucking company line. You're at work at 9 a.m. You're in the gym at 9:30. You're doing wrestling practice. You're fighting this Saturday, and you're fighting Armin fucking Sarukian. And if you don't like it, you don't work for the fucking company. And by me saying you don't work for their fucking company, that doesn't mean you get to go and join the PFL. That means I keep your fighter contract, but you're not getting fucking paid. You don't fight for the fucking company. You sit on the fucking bench and you don't get paid shit. There is a lot of freedom that the UFC fighters get. That you, Junior, you bleeding hearts out there that want them to get paid NBA money, do not understand. They get to turn down fights. They get to choose where they live. They get to choose how they train. They get to choose what they eat. They get to choose what they say. They get to choose what sponsorships they get. They get to choose what they can put on their Instagram. They can choose how often they go to work. They get to choose how often they get to fight. All of that fucking goes away. All goes away. Das Führer Dougie. That's right. Das Führer Dougie. Buckley learned takedown defense during the fight. The children can get it too. Okay. It was because Kamaru was gassed. Huh? Okay. Urilos Amaslov lost 1 fight after going to war for Ukraine after 2 years. People are seriously picking old man Magny. No. Gaethje fought everybody. There's so much experience. I agree, there is. But if this was Gaethje in 2022, I'm picking Gaethje. In 2022, I'm picking Gaethje. Damn, still going, Doug. I changed 4 shocks on my truck, and you're still pissing your pants about Armin spoiled rich ass not getting the title shot. Aldo's mate just... Adios, mate. Wife just made soup with the duck's eye shot. Enjoy your soup, mate. Enjoy your duck soup. I had moved on, Tony. I was doing an Olympic count. The chat brought this back up. The experience isn't even comparable. This is true. Gaethje, stop doing the fucking hand signals. Gaethje has no chin anymore, but he'll still embarrass that bum Patty. I'm going to be picking Patty, boys. I'm going to be picking Patty. I think Patty is going to ground and pound him. If you pay them NBA numbers, they have to sign a contract stating they must have CTE by the end of their career. Yeah, they should. I also have a massive parlay this weekend. 400 euros on Macy Barber, Sadikov, Marab, and Pantoja. What do you think? Is that a good hit? On Macy Barber? No, not a good hit. No, not a good hit at all. The way you explain it makes perfect sense. That eliminates month-long weight cuts because it would be too risky. They would fight they'd have to fight at their weight class. You couldn't be doing the weight cuts that they do. Yep. Yes, Führer, I will work hard for you. Don't join the company. Like, if you want NBA pay, then there's a standard that has to be set. When Dougie says shit, you got to ask what color. Stop it. Hail Dougie, stop. When Dougie says jump, you ask out. If you want NBA money, then we're changing the way things are done around here. That's all I'm saying. People forget, man, everyone except Khabib got knocked down or knocked out against Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway. They prioritize training officially instead of cutting. Yeah, no, obviously, like, it would eliminate the weight cuts. You'd be fighting at your natural weight class, yeah. Hamzat doesn't deserve NBA money. He's an embarrassment. The UFC could barely beat welterweight bums, and Usman hugged his way to the belt. Well, I mean, that's the sport is the sport, right? But again, if you're paying them NBA money, you're telling them when they're fighting. If they don't fight on that date, for example, you're paying them NBA money. You tell Ilia Topuria, we've got the belt, needs to get defended in January. Ilia Topuria goes, oh, my wife, she left me, my kids. You go, oh, that's horrible, mate. That sucks. We're defending the lightweight title in January. Oh, but my kids, I understand. I understand your wife, your kids, I get it. We're defending the lightweight title in January. And then there is no interim title. Ilia Topuria has been stripped of the lightweight title. Failure to defend. Ineligible. Done. Fixed. Arman Sarukian fights for the title. Get cut. There's none of... No, it's not get cut, because get cut means go fight for another promotion. No. Get benched. Get not paid. Like, you're obligated to fight when we tell you to fight. That's the thing. Like, you sign a contract with the UFC to fight this many times, this often, and we're in charge of it. If you want to be in the NBA. If you get drafted to an NBA or an NFL or an AFL team, you're contractually obligated to play this many times throughout the year, every weekend when we tell you to play. You don't get to sit there and go, I don't feel like it. Well, then you get financial, like, you're suffering financially for that. Fight or get cut, not Ilya saying, if I fight Arman, I'm vacating, I'm retiring, I'm not getting... Yeah, none of that shit. None of that shit. You will fight. Justin and Derek Lewis for the upset. Justin and Derek for the upset. I could see Derek for the upset. I just can't pick Justin, brother. I can't, Berko. I can't. What a fun name you have. Berko. If Volk is a featherweight bully, Islam is a coward bully too. If Volk is a featherweight bully, no one said Volk is a featherweight bully. Islam slept Volk in 3 minutes, 11 days notice. Cuts all the weight, pretends to be humble and the best. Yeah, but Volk and Islam are very different, right? Also, Sean O'Malley at minus 250 is just free money. They're never giving Song the decision. I could see that. I could see Sean O'Malley winning. He definitely is. The way is he weighs twice as much as his opponent. Who, Volk? You're saying Volk is a weight bully? Tired of seeing injured champs looking fine on social media. They better be crippled or in a wheelchair. Well, this is the other thing, right? Like, you don't... Look at the way that it works now, yeah? Hamzat Chimaev just tells the UFC that he's got a broken foot and he needs surgery. And we see Hamzat Chimaev openly wrestling and grappling with John Jones on concrete in Chechnya. Now, if you're an NBA athlete, you're in the city that we tell you to be in, right? All the guys that play for the Raiders are in Las Vegas. All the guys that play for the Eagles are in Chicago. Is it Chicago? I don't fucking know American teams. Or the Jets, they're in New York, right? The team's doctors are telling you how injured you are. The team's doctors are telling you where your body is at. You're not in fucking Dagestan saying, I have a broken foot, I can't fight until July. And then there's a video the next day on Twitter of you on concrete out wrestling the greatest fighter of all time. Do you understand the fucking insane disconnect? Base Dougie, thanks too, Smelly. He's a junkie cheat, just like Khabib. All the junkies in that camp, they do all pop for the same heart disease drug. Was looking at the lineups and got a feeling McKinney is going to sleep Duncan. Don't say that, 297. We've got a massive Chris Duncan fan floating around the chat. McKinney, title run starts now. No. Justin told the UFC a title era retires. Why would they let him bully them? I don't know. The messaging that the UFC have sent out. They say to the guys in the top 5, fight for your spot. Sean Brady fights for his spot. And he ends up halfway down the rankings after one loss. Justin Gaethje says, I'm not going to fight unless it's for a title. They reward Justin Gaethje. They say to the fighters, fight for your spot in the top 5. Arman Sarukian fights for his spot in the top 5. They give it to Paddy Pimblett, who's just risen up the rankings through popularity. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking messaging is anymore. I think barring injury, fighters should have to fight 5 to 6 times a year. Should be part of their contract. But how much is the fighters not wanting to fight versus Dana benching them for whatever reason? I know, and this is the problem, right, Nacho? Like, instead of the rankings being about activity and wins, we're in a circus. We're in a show. We're in a reality TV show. And Dana and the UFC, they don't really want Movsar fighting that often. They don't. You know, they're going to bench him. Volk wanted to be active. Volk was begging to be active. Volk was on his YouTube channel begging to be active. No, we've got a pay-per-view in Sydney in January. You're fighting Diego Lopez in January. This is the thing. Like, we're not watching a sport. You got to get it out of your head that we're watching a sport. This isn't a sport. We're watching a TV show. We're watching a highly curated TV show for television about guys who fight. It's a men's reality TV show. We'll bring this up again. It's a men's reality TV show about guys who fight. It is not a sport. A sport is a competition with points, regardless of the outcome. This is a men's reality TV show about blokes who fight each other. It's kind of gay. They most hate Arman more than they hate Justin. They do. They do. Dougie, some people did argue that Volk was a weight bully a couple of comments before. Did they? I have not really seen the argument that Alexander Volkanovski is a weight bully. Even from like past streams and doing this live for like nearly 2 years now, arguing with chats about different things. Volk being a weight bully is not something that's, I think, ever come up, ever, through any of these streams. Even in boxing, and refused to defend against the mandatory contender. They strip you of your belt. They did this to Usyk. They did. They recently did do this to Usyk. They did, yeah. I was the guy who spammed the UFC channel. Jones is ducking Tom Aspinall. And my guru also mentioned my name, Berko. Well, Berko, your name's fucking fun to say, dude. So welcome to the channel, dude. My name's Dougie. I've got a sign. I make MMA content all the bloody time, mate, where we do fun shit like this. We do talking about the best strikers, best wrestlers. We make predictions about the fighters. It's all sorts of good stuff, mate. We do UFC Valhalla, the wasteland of the cowards, the modern day pound for pound. We do matchmaking. Right now we're in the middle of doing the UFC Olympics. Which country is winning the UFC in 2025? It's a fucking great channel, mate. It's just the quality of this channel. It just keeps getting better and better. And I sell t-shirts as well. So welcome to the channel. I also feel the UFC loses. I also feel the losers' UFC contracts allow leverage for the UFC when a fighter tries to bring a lawsuit against them. I also feel the loose UFC contracts allow leverage for the UFC when a fighter tries to. Oh, God, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Remember, George St. Pierre tried to push the fighter union thing. Why do you think we've never seen George St. Pierre do a grappling match, even though he wants to do grappling? The UFC can be very, very, very controlling when they want to be. Very. So what is Arman going to do now? He's going to have to fight again. It's a disgrace that Paddy moved up from 8 to 5 and is fighting from interim belt because he's funny. It is. And it is. And it just goes to show that you're not watching a sport. You're watching a show. I'm just kidding about the Volk weight bullying stuff, by the way. I'm glad it resulted in the Daggy hate. Yeah, I was like, the Volk weight bullying stuff, I've never heard this. We don't want Movsar fighting anyway. I know, but we want a sport, right? We want a sport. Justin will humble that UK worm from... Justin will humble... Oh, right. The Paddy Pimblett. You were shocked when I said Shevchenko was going to skin Weili for 5 rounds and I was spot on. I'm not going to be mad if Justin Gaethje beats Paddy Pimblett. I'm not going to be mad, mate. How are you, Eric? Armin should do what he always does and just sit out. Okay, Armin weighed in as the backup fighter this year, but that's all right. People don't understand Armin doesn't sell, not superstar level, but it's not about that, is it? It's meant to be a sport where the best fight the best. And the UFC is meant to be a promotion company that convinces you that Armin is fun. This is the point. The UFC has moved from a promotion company to a production company. It's their job to somehow create edits or trailers, or find the story about Armin Tsarukyan to make Armin Tsarukyan fun to you, the people. What could you do to make Armin Tsarukyan fun? You could drop trailers about all the people that he's ground and pound. You could talk about how Armin Tsarukyan fought Islam Makhachev on short notice and nearly beat the greatest fighter of all time. You could show Armin Tsarukyan with his supercars and his silk sheets and explain how he doesn't have to do this. He's already rich as fuck. He just chooses to be a cage fighter because he's fucking psycho. Do you understand the way that you could build Armin Tsarukyan to make him interesting? Movsar Evloev. He keeps getting these close wins. Does he deserve to be? You should hate Movsar Evloev. His wife is underage. He talks about grooming children. He gets these robbery decisions over Arnold Allen. His next fight is coming up next week. And Alexander Volkanovski has got a really good chance at getting out from underneath him. You want to see this title fight. Do you understand the difference between the UFC being a promotion company and a production company? They get given the fighters that they get given, and it's up to the UFC to make it interesting. Any way they can. Whether it's making Armin the rich guy that doesn't need to be there, or it's making Movsar Evloev the rat with the underage daughter. You could literally make Armin look like Bruce Wayne. You could do, this is what I'm saying. You've got the power of the UFC marketing machine. How do you use it? And they don't bother. They don't bother doing that because it's cheaper just to get Diego Lopez and Bryce Mitchell and Sean O'Malley. It's cheaper just to get those fighters and just point the camera at them and put them on TikTok. That's the cheapest way to do it, rather than actually promoting them. People don't understand Armin just doesn't sell. I just read that one. Torres as well feels like he can make Dawson ball up. Oh, Torres as well against Grant Dawson. Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe in Grant Dawson. People forget, man, Volk used to weigh 340 kilos. He's a weight bully. That is true. Don't worry, Morales will humble Islam, knocking him out cold within the first round. Islam has no chin. The first flurry he got hit with JDM, he was wobbled. Islam has no chin at 170. I don't know about that, but all right. Morales ain't doing nothing. I don't know about all that. Yo, Dougie, if Lopez pulls out and Evloev versus Murphy is on the card, who will the UFC ask to fight Volk? I feel like Murphy has the hype like Moicano and Evloev is a boring Dariush, but Evloev is more deserving. I think they would ask Lerone Murphy. At least he has the knockout and is a striker. Whereas with Movsar, you know what you're getting. Morales is bigger than Islam, stronger than him. Islam has nothing on him. Islam has plenty on Michael Morales. Islam is maybe the best fighter ever. To say that Islam has nothing on him is wild, mate. You're talking about like at least the second best fighter of all time, if not the best fighter of all time. And then you've got some Ecuadorian gay guy and you're like, Islam's got nothing on him. The UFC Special Olympics is for the women's fighters? Okay. I'm telling you, Islam has no chin at 170. The reason he wasn't exposed is because he hugged all fight with JDM. JDM had a decent exchange in the third, mate. A decent exchange? Yeah, a decent exchange in the third. I think Islam Makhachev's chin is going to be fine at 170. He was able to handle Dustin at 150. Now you're putting on 15 extra pounds. I think his chin's going to be better. Who are you thinking for Nazim versus Faras? Faras. I'm thinking Faras, but I'm not locked in on that. 927. I'm starting my tape study on Monday. Chad is winning the UFC Olympics in 2027. We'll see, Junior. We'll see, mate. Actually, take it back after Mr. C brought up that important fact. Volk used to weigh. Yeah, he did used to be a weight bully. What fights have we watched since we left? None. We've been doing the Olympics, Eric. Islam is the GOAT of the sport. Tell me about it. Watch WWE. You're gay. Yeah. DC was better. Islam is the GOAT at being a junkie. Okay. You could literally make Armin look like a caucus Bruce Wayne. You could, dude. You could. Movzari's wife was under it. When he married her, she was like 16, I think. Don't compare that goat hugger to Big Bruce. I KO him in a cold one, round one. All right, Bruce Wayne, Armin would violate you worse than Dan's face. Like you said, the UFC is terrified of creating another Conor McGregor. I know, but they take it too far. Like, they're so scared of creating a Conor McGregor, they just refuse to sell the fighters. It's their job to sell us the fighters. That's their job. Islam did pop on PEDs, he did. Diego does not deserve it, but he is more exciting than others. But the sport isn't about who's exciting. The sport is about the best fight the best. I was actually mourning the fact we lost Islam versus Armin. Could have been a legendary in the Grappling. It is! Their first fight is legendary in the Grappling Scrambles. Their first fight's really good. Watch their first fight and then realize that Armin Tsarukyan took that fight on a week's notice. It's such an intriguing fight. Morales plus Islam, KO in round one? I don't think so. Sadikov is going to win me money at UFC 323. All right, Breko. Diego is going to knock out Volk. No, we'll be all right. We'll survive. Volk will live, mate. Someone should explain to Mobzar that he needs to groom the title shot. Mobzar, I'm not making this up. Mobzar literally said it's better to get them young because you can mold them. Mobzar's words. Mobzar's words. Right, the UFC Olympics in 2025. We were up to Usman versus Buckley. Usman had gotten the win. That is a top 5 win for the Americans. Well done to the Americans. You get yourselves a few more points. Moving on. Coming down the home stretch now. We're on the final page of UFC 2025. We're on the final page of UFC 2025. We've got Fight Night. Jamal Hill versus Khalil Roundtree. There was a couple of ranked fights on this one. Let's have a look for some ranked fights. Let's go ranked fight hunting. Muhammad Usman was definitely not fucking ranked, that's for sure. We can all agree on that. Versus Hamdia Delwell Flab. Fucking good riddance to both of you. Mo Usman has been cut for steroid usage, and Hamdia Delwell Flab is a fat cunt. Tagir Ulanberkov versus Abzat Maxim, not ranked. Oosh. Daria Zelikova. Oh my fucking god. Daria Zelikova. You are a fucking blessing to the world. Anyway, Yong Park versus Ishmael Nurdiev, not ranked. Muhammad Naimov, Bogdangrad, not ranked. Nassim Sadikov, not ranked. Mektik Ulbay, not ranked. Curtis Blades versus Ramazan Kunaev. Was ranked. Was a ranked fight. Curtis Blades was a ranked fight. I believe Curtis Blades would have been 6th at the time against Kunaev. 5th. Oh, Americans get another fucking few points for the Americans. Oh, Americans are running away with it towards the end of the year. They didn't have the best start, but they're fucking racking up the points real quick in the Americans. That's another top 5 win for the Americans. Well done, Yanks. Well done. 26 for the Americans in the UFC Olympics, with Curtis Blades getting a win over Kunaev or whatever his name was. Fuck, man. Where am I up to? Diego's going to knock out our Volk. I don't think he will, Brko. I think we'll be all right, mate. UFC is more afraid of another Francis Ngannou than another Conor. Well, either way, like, they want the product and the brand to be the main selling point, not the fighter. They used to want the fighter. They used to want Chuck Liddell on late night television, Ronda Rousey on late night television, Conor McGregor on late night television. They don't want any of that anymore. Now they want Dana White on late night television. They want UFC talked about. They want the UFC to be out there. Bro, we all know Islam will sub Morales quick. He won't stand up. Yeah, this idea that, like, Islam's got nothing for Morales is insane. The worst part is that Dougie agrees with Mobzar on that. No, it's not grooming if they like it. It is. I genuinely think Volk is going to style on Lopez, Holloway, in the trilogy style. God, I hope so, Junior. Alhamdulillah, brothers. Islam is unbeatable. He's beatable, but you see, like, these wild statements that just get thrown out there. Fucking Islam's got nothing for Morales. Islam's completely unbeatable. These are unnuanced takes. Weight classes exist for a reason. I'm literally a heavyweight. 6'4" at peak physical form. Yes, Bruce Wayne, yes. What do you do all night, Bruce? Crazy. We all know Islam will take PEDs to juice up to be a Hulk size, just to realize he's old and get stuffed out cold. I don't think so, Rocket Drink. I don't think so at all, mate. I KO Islam in 2 seconds, all right. Mo Usman was taking steroids to look like his clean brother who has traps on top of his traps on top of his traps. Bro, you could lie underneath Mo Usman, get sweated on, and you would absorb Dianabol. Abdul Flab owns a kebab shop by the street. He has a kebab shop and a burger shop next to each other. Everyone's hyped for Ilya and Islam, but it'll be boring, and it'll be the same ass as JDM. Everyone is hyped for Ilya versus Islam. Ilya versus Islam's never happening, Better. I'm sorry to tell you, man. Look how easily Look how easy Islam got JDM'd. Got JDM. Islam is too title. Look how easily Islam got JDM. Islam is too title. Islam is too little. Islam is too little. Ilya is too little for Islam at 150. YouTube censored my Bilal comment. I got 17-year-olds like it's Epstein Island. I'm absorbing all of his power. Yeah, that was not a good line, especially from Bilal being Muslim. Not a good line. America on top, America on top. But the real question is, where does Kevin Lee fit into this? Curtis needs to do a speech. I'd like to thank. Stop it. As always, America on top. Stop it. Let's make a deal. 5 or 6 predictions of the White House card. You have them correct. I'll donate you a band. I promise. Birko. Chat, should we tell him? Chat, should we tell him? Birko's new to the channel. I think we should tell him. We should tell him, right? Birko. Welcome to Dougie's Corner. Welcome to Dougie's Corner, mate. Welcome. This is something that we like to do every single week after every single card, Birko. If you would like to join the channel, all you have to do is go to Tapology. I'll show you right now. You have to go to Tapology and join the Dougie's Corner crew. You join the Dougie's Corner crew on Tapology. Put in your, if you pick every single fight, let's go over here. If you pick every single fight for the cards 3 weeks in a row, this is what it's called. It's called the Dougie's Corner crew. These are the group members. These are all the people that are in the live chats. All the people that are in the live chats. Here's what we do. We pick every single fight on every single card, and we count for 3 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in a row. If you get 3 weeks in a row of picking every single fight on every single card, you can get your name here on the top 10 board. These are the best pickers in the Dougie's Corner community. Bruce Wayne, Sharma, me, Jim, James, William. If you think you're a big picker, if you think you're good at picking fights, mate, come and join the crew. Come and join Dougie's Corner crew. Pick every single fight on every single card 3 weeks in a row. And then you can come in here and brag about bands and how good you are at picking fights. All you fucking want, Beautiful. There it is. There's the offer right there. Dougie's Corner crew on Tapology. Every single fight card 3 in a row. We'll see how you go, brother. We'll see how you go, mate. Welcome to the channel, Dougie's Corner. Welcome to the channel, Birko. It's called Dougie's Corner Crew. There you go, mate. They abolished the fighters face-to-face because it focused too much on the fighters. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Jock? How are you, man? Good to see you, brother. Hope you've been well, dude. Shout out to Jock. The UFC is more afraid of another Francis Ngannou than another Conor. I read this, and then I went on a rant about this. I remember the rant. It was epic. It was a great rant. I said, wow, what a rant. It was a Dougie's Corner rant. Old school rant. Haven't heard a rant like that in a while. UFC just showcased Dana White and his employees, no longer the standouts. That's exactly right. Sorry I wasn't earlier. I was alive. Well, that's awesome, dude. I'm happy you were alive, man. Shout out to your live streams, dude. Dougie, what are your thoughts on... Okay, Sharma, obviously. I don't like it. As a Christian, there's no such thing as judo Christian values. They are opposed to each other. Better not see you around Gotham City anytime soon, or I'll make you feel as helpless. Okay. Thoughts on DJ being an overrated bum who never beat anyone but people who overrated him? DJ's wins are still in the UFC to this day. Getting wins. DJ beat guys that were so good, they're still in the UFC in 2025, still getting wins. You don't watch the sport. You don't know what you're talking about. December is coming real quick. You got your bottle of koala ready for Christmas morning. Kahlua? No, mate. On Christmas morning, Dougie drinks Baileys. Dougie gets fucking drunk on Baileys. Top 5 active inbred UFC fighters go right now. Hamza Chimaev, Islam Makhachev, Umar Nurmagomedov, Movsar Evloev. It's another good inbred fighter. A 5th good inbred fighter, chat. We'll chuck in Magomed. Magomed just won a belt. In the fighters' contracts, now that they must say, I'd like to thank the UFC for this opportunity. Yeah, they do say that a lot now. And they don't shout out, not minty bets, the other one that they used to shout out a lot. Sparky bets, sprinkle bet. I remember during the Apex only era, when we were only at the Apex, they kept shouting out that betting company. They don't do that anymore. There you go, Sharma. There you go. It's all fun and games till the top 10. I know, mate. Everyone's all fucking, oh, I can pick this many fights. I can pick that many fights. Let's talk. You want to talk about who can pick the most fights? You want to talk about who's the best picker on the channel? We actually get our dicks out on this channel. Look, that sounded weird, but you know what I'm saying. Really good content. I just subscribed. Oh, thank you, Birko. I appreciate it, dude. Welcome to the channel, man. Welcome to Dougie's Corner, brother. As much as Dana Black has been really making the UFC suffer, Dana White was the one who made the UFC is what it is today. I agree. He's also the one unmaking it. My balls are blue. Stop it, dickhead. Help me. I'm glad you're here to say Sharma Release is not number 1. Great timing. There you go. I'm close to the top 10. If only I qualified earlier. I know, Sharma. If only. Hey, Sharma, you did say you were going to qualify as number 1 in your first week. You got close, man. Like, honestly, dude, well done. Getting number 2 on your first qualifier, really good, man. 2026 is going to be a big year for picks, starting with the Gaethje picks. Sorry I wasn't here earlier. Oh, good. Hey, help me. Get yourself back in the game, dude. Get yourself back in the game. Come on, man. Version of Dana White grooming Ronda Rousey. Get down here and suck this dick. Sharma being number 2 is very funny after all the bragging. I think it's impressive. I'm proud of Sharma. I'm not going to lie. I'm proud. I know Sharma's recently been outed as an Indian. But I don't hold it against him, and I'm proud of him. Dude, coming in at number 2 after 3 weeks, not easy to do. So well done to Sharma, man. He said he was going to debut at number 1. He was 2 points behind, mate. Well done to Sharma, man. Big Bruce Wayne on top. I like it, Becca. Yeah, well done, Brucey. Well done, mate. Big Bruce is on top. Age of consent is 13. No, the age of consent in Australia is 16. I know someone who has the law book and has that page tagged and highlighted. Not even kidding. He's got the Victorian law book, and he has got that particular page tagged and highlighted. Age of consent is 16, as I have been made uncomfortably aware of. Who is the best Superman's punch? Who got the best Superman punch? Easily that inbred guy with the cross eyes. Not Merrick Mill. What's his name? Trevor Peake, brother. Yeah. Henry Cejudo is the only good win. Tim Elliott doesn't count. Nobody else in his record is impressive. Why does Tim Elliott not count? Tim Elliott's still getting wins today, as well as that Asian bloke that just fought, like, last week. I saw someone do Oliveira versus Max. Was that real? It was announced by UFC Brazil's Instagram page and then instantly deleted, which is weird. That's why all those question marks are there. UFC Brazil announced it and then deleted it. If I qualified earlier, I would have been number 1. That's all right. We're all coming into next year. Nice and clean. We'll start again next year. Who is Armin going to fight next? That's the fucking problem, Bitterco. Probably Max Holloway. Joker walked through Bruce Wayne's punches. It was nothing. Yeah, that is weird how Joker can do that. I got manhandled by Cruz. He did not get manhandled by Cruz. Stop it. I ordered groceries online and I accidentally bought 96 eggs. Make a Pavlova. Clark is rerunning comic book history. All right. People forget, man. I debuted at number 1 with a 100% pick rate. That was very impressive. I've been picking for months. I just missed cards in between. Pick like 6 cards or more, I think. I know, but you got to pick 3. It's got to be consistent. It's got to be consistent. If there's grass on the wicket, feel free to play cricket. You didn't read my chats the way you read the other guys' chats. Well, I'm sorry, Excited Solar System. I apologize. Dougie's got 7. No, I do not have 17-year-olds. I agree. Muslim safe sheep. Okay. The UFC needs an all-inbred card. They could over the Christmas season. Because the Western fighters take Christmas off, just like the Muslim fighters take Ramadan off. So why can't the Muslim fighters all be active during Christmas? And why isn't January a bit of a Middle Eastern tournament? Just like how during Ramadan, there's no Middle Eastern fighters and all the Westerners are fighting each other. Why can't all the Easterners fight each other over Christmas during January and New Year's? Why do they fight each other? They fight each other in Brave. They fight each other in Brave FC. In Brave FC, not a problem. Brave FC, the brothers, Izabik, Grad, Chafik, Dozovic, Yashiz, Bakor, Brognik, Grauko. In Brave FC, not a problem. Brave FC, they can fight each other all they fucking want. Look at the flags. Aliskar, Givnerov, Bekneman versus Zaydin, Zigmapov versus Shabnadov, Goznadov versus Nadil, India versus Pakistan. That'd be a fucking war, that one. That one would have been a fucking war. India versus Pakistan. Right? But they fight each other all the fucking time in Brave. No worries at all. No worries at all over in Brave. In the Europa Balkan region. They can go nuts. The second they get into the fucking UFC, though, the second they're in the UFC, brother, we don't brother, brother, we both, this is Muslim brotherhood, brother. We don't hurt each other, brother. Never, brother. No, brother. Fucking dog shit, mate. That's what I tell you. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Dougie likes them overweight and underage. Now we're talking. Armin is going to fight Michael Chandler doing International Fight Week. Armin versus Chandler. You're going to have the number one contender versus Michael Chandler. Good God help us all. Armin is rich. He's going to make videos of him eating a smorgasbord for 9 more months. Yes. Yes, he is. Until they write books about your legendary feats, don't take my name. All right, Bruce. Bruce, you don't have any legendary feats. You're just a humble playboy billionaire, Bruce. What are you talking about? I've never seen a fighter more sad about the result of a fight while still in the fight than poor old Jack. Oh, dude, don't. I don't want to talk about JDM's face in the start of the 5th round. Please, God. Poor JDM's face at the start of the 5th round. Fucking killing me, mate. I wish there was more cross-promotion stuff. I'd like to see Ryzen versus UFC card or one versus UFC stand-up only. Yes, but unfortunately, ever since Pride fucked UFC in the ass, Dana has been very, very anti cross-promoting. What's up, Jim? How are you, man? They can't bring the UFC to my country because we only have that bum Rainier de Riddler. Yeah, but they could still bring it to Poland. Like, they could bring it to Eastern Europe. They could take it to Serbia. The UFC would never do that because even if one fighter lost, they'd still lose the best of the best. Yeah, exactly. The UFC will never do that again. But Dana used to be all about cross-promotion. When Pride had all the fighters, Dana, whilst in there with his fucking cock out, $1 million on the line, and said Chuck Liddell could beat all of you. Even when Anderson was fighting, the UFC allowed Dan Henderson to walk out with the Pride belt. Imagine if they had let Patchy Mix walk out with his Bellator belt. Could you imagine that? There's no fucking way they would allow Kaya Sakura to walk into the cage against Alexandre Pantoja with his Ryzen belt in the air. Impression of Ilya Tapuria reading lots of books. That's a good one. That was a good line, brother. That was a good line. I heard Volk is retiring after the Diego fight. How valid is this? Volk strike me as the type of guy to stay in the sport for so long. He gets fans that beg him to retire. I have no idea, simply. I've been reading everywhere that this is Volk's last fight. I have not heard it from Volk once. And I've said multiple times on the stream, can anybody send me anything of Volk saying that this is his last fight? And all I have gotten is a whole bunch of Nick Fuentes highlights. I haven't gotten a single DM with Volk saying this is his last fight. All I get is racist memes from you guys. Not a single, and then I release a bunch of racist t-shirts and no one's interested. But no, I don't get a single piece of information saying that Volk has said that he is going to retire. Didn't Ank fight Alex during Ramadan? Second week. They are good memes. I mean, they're great memes. They're great memes, but I'm just saying. No, I haven't seen it anywhere from Volk. Didn't Ank fight Alex during Ramadan? Yeah, the second week of Ramadan, so before it really kicked in. But yeah, Alex did. Yeah, and good on him for doing it. Yeah. Banged a woman as I wear butt naked wearing combat boots and medicinal gloves. I was ready for war. I've done that. Boots and gloves, but nothing else. I've done that. Sometimes you just got to get met. You put a tarp down. You ever put a tarp down? Sometimes you got to put a tarp down because you know shit's about to get wild. I ate during Rama Ding Dong, so it doesn't count. Okay, all right. Overweight and underweight. Okay. Your mate's law book might save you for when you get caught with the light MMA and Wixen. I didn't do nothing with light MMA and I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Tarp is crazy. Well, you got to put a tarp down sometimes. Impression of Nick Diaz translating to Stipe. Question from the reporter. Man, what is shit when why was everyone going to fuck? I don't give a yeah, what are you saying? JDM had the crying face. I know, dude, he did have the crying face. Well done. You're the man, Mitch. We're in Chris Duncan fight week. Not yet, mate. It's only 1 p.m. Tomorrow morning, we're in Chris Duncan fight week. Have you seen Volk's farm? He's got 3 more fights to pay that off. Yeah, dude, and in Australia as well, the taxes for owning a farm. Fuck. Can't. Fuck. We're going to get out of here in 10 minutes, chat. That's a 4-hour stream, boys. I'm back. It's so good to be back. Where did we get up to in the Olympics? Hang on a second. Where did we get up to in the Olympics? I got to note this down. We got up to Curtis Blades versus Ramzan Kunaev on UFC. We got Curtis Blades versus Ramzan Kunaev on UFC. Hill versus Roundtree. UFC 3. Okay, this is going from bad to worse. All right, Curtis Blades versus Ramzan Kunaev on UFC. Hill versus Roundtree. That's what we got up to, chat. If we don't put this down, we will forget. Last fight checked. All right. The Americans have had just a phenomenal day on the UFC Olympics. An insane day on the... Well done to the Americans. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The Americans have absolutely fucking killed it. And we had a very, very good chat about is the UFC fixed, which we came to the conclusion of most likely yes, or at least highly curated. And we also talked about how to fix the rankings. Great stream today. Great fucking stream today, chat. And we've got 5 weeks of no UFC to really get into a whole bunch of other stuff. Impression of JDM having the crying face once he realized his wife was brutously and viciously... by like, oh, fuck, mate. That really... The UFC made Volk wait because they knew his competitiveness would let him say no after being inactive. Well, I think they made him wait because Volk's better when he's active, and they wanted to sit him out, get him rusty, keep Diego Lopez nice and active, get Diego Lopez another win, and then fucking sleep Volk. They really want him to sleep Volk, man. Is there anyone who will beat Khamzat Chimaev? Only the clock, only time. It's slimy manipulation. It is slimy manipulation, yeah. Impression of DC looking for where John Jones is in Christmas. Oh, man, where is this fool, man? I'm with my family. I'm having a good time. DC, are you going to come and open print? No! I'm looking for Jones. Dougie told BBC Junior, aka Small Junior, that he doesn't want to mess with Big Bruce, not even Batman dares to. I don't understand why you've picked this vendetta against BBC Junior. I don't understand where this is coming from. I wonder how specific Volk has been in his training with specifics. He's training specific. A tarp is crazy work, mate. You know when things are about to get real messy, you got to put a tarp down, mate. Didn't Volk say he was retiring after this fight? Can you show proof? I don't know. I didn't see Volk say this anyway. That's the problem. Also, without a doubt in my mind, Tom Aspinall would smoke John Jones in a fight. I agree, Bettercom. I agree. Fuck a tarp. When I get to work, I need military-grade wind and a waterproof tarp. Saturday night. This is it. Saturday to Saturday. All right, so this is it. We're in Chris Duncan fight week. I bought some scotch. I bought some delicious scotch. I haven't cracked it open yet, but I've bought some scotch. Lazy sword strength, fuck you. Tom Aspinall will get an attempted charge if he steps into an octagon against John Jones. Tom Aspinall destroys John Jones. President Paul Craig screaming, Scotland forever! It'll be written in the MMA law book that one Spanish chick caused the weirdest timeline in the UFC lightweight history. It will. That is unfortunately going into the UFC record books, yeah. Sucks. Some chick. Low effort. High effort stream. High effort stream. Jones is in Dagestan having tummy sticks with orphanage. Okay. Typical American W. Common American. All right. Our wife just created the best timeline. Our wife. Ilya Tapiria's wife is our wife. Did you say yeast? No, never. Will we do a sex tier list during the break? You know what, Eric? We're probably going to run out of content. So I would say at some point, we will probably do a sex tier list. Yeah, I would say we probably will. What do you know? America's on top. Brig Bruce is on top. I could have told you that. Bruce Wayne is the best picker in here. We have got 2 cards left. Chat. I cannot tell you how fucking important it is for the real Ali, for Lord Herbert Burns, for Justin Kennedy, for Nacho, for William, for Bilal, for Shyla, who's a few points away. I cannot fucking tell you how important your picks are for the next 2 weeks. That means 5 weeks of bragging rights. 5 weeks of bragging rights is up for grabs here. You see what Bruce is doing? See this? America on top, Brig Bruce on top. I could have told you that. 5 weeks of bragging rights is on the line. The next 2 weeks of chats are as critical as it gets. Why does it feel like Americans lose a lot in the UFC? They do, but there's just so many in there. Ugh. UFC is like the J, small heads, thick base. Why do you keep saying we have 5 weeks off when there's an event next week and a week after? I meant the Christmas break is 5 weeks off. I thought that was self-explanatory. We've got 5 weeks off coming up. Between the last event and the first event, there's 5 weeks. I thought that was self-explanatory. Maybe it's just me. DC is my favorite unk in the UFC, but Mirzakhanov is still the most dangerous unk. Yes, I agree. I love DC in unk mode. I love it. Bruce Wayne is just moaned that I TKO'd him against the fence and is terrified of the rematch. It's true. Can you show us proof of Volk announcing his retirement? Fuck you! I'm getting fucked up on Backfast during my fight companion this week. Do it! Help me. Get as fucking fucked up as you want. Khabib grabbed Dana by the collar a few times and told him, we don't make wrestlers against Caucasian region. Don't make me against the wrestlers. We don't wrestle other wrestlers, brother. No way you're claiming Volk is retiring with no proof. I didn't say Volk is retiring. The whole MMA community is assuming Volk is retiring. Hapira MMA just did a good video on inactivity of fighters and which one's the UFC's fault and which one's the fighter's fault. I like that. I like that a lot. Check out Hapira's video. I would assume he's got Volk inactive, which is 100% the UFC's fault. Dana White and Bruce Wayne. After a year and a half, sex tier list might actually come true. We might do the sex tier list. It might actually happen, mate. People forget, man. Sage Northcutt got circumcised. Okay. Fedor was lucky to be undefeated for a decade while avoiding the UFC. He wasn't avoiding the UFC. The UFC were trying to lock him into a contract, and Fedor's management were not about that shit. Dougie's hottest cousin tier list. That's what the people want. We're not doing that. MMA fans realizing you have to hard spar to make it to the top. I know, right? Dougie doesn't mention me because he's scared to be in the top 10. MMA Master is not there. I don't know what you want me to say, MMA Master. Dougie, how do you feel about Australia never having champs again after a Revolt gets... what are you talking about? Quaylen Salkilled? Quaylen Salkilled? The UFC did Volk dirty. They did, man. Buckfast, 20% tonic wine from Scotland. That's full of caffeine. It's a scumbag's drink. It's a national icon. That sounds disgusting. Help me. I didn't realize there weren't any fight nights before the January pay-per-view. That's mad gay. Oh, mad gay. Mad gay. Crack open the scotch for the celebration of the life of DJ Aiden. RFA who knew you can't survive just off eggshells and dandelions. Oh, I know. Crazy. Crazy. Cousin tier list. We're not doing a cousin tier list. No. The music is too loud. We're out of here. We're leaving. I agree, cousin tier list. We're not doing that. Don't even fly house. Hates us. No. Eric Wise, I don't use it because it's important today. Better. Bang. Boom. That's it. Music is too loud, so he turns down his mic. I'm a true idiot of the game, a true savant, a moron of the game. Goodbye, chat. It's good to be back. It's good to be feeling better. I appreciate you guys. 4-hour stream. We're back. We must check this cousin tier list. No, Nacho, we must not check this cousin tier list. I will see you guys tomorrow after work, 4 p.m. Australian time. I will see you guys then. 4 p.m., 4:30 Melbourne time. Turn your mic down. No, this is the setting it's always at. See you guys. Have a good one. Goodbye. 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 Yes, Kavanaugh's gassing chat ahead. We're coming back now. Kavanaugh's taking some deep breaths. Oh, Kavanaugh. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Charles Johnson. Yes. That is it, boys. Come on. Get mocked. Yes. Charles fucking Johnson. Yes. You do not dare us. Yes. We get those wins! Oh, thank fuck. Race trader Dougie takes it. Eric, you always gotta ruin a good thing. The Fighter Matrix. The Fighter Matrix is back, boys! Fighter Matrix! Yeah! 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 Church! Yeah! Yeah, Fighter Matrix is back. We love the Fighter Matrix. Just like the stream, boys. Like the stream, we're going to be doing a UFC Fighter Matrix for none other than the GOAT, Valentina Shevchenko. We're going to do a Valentina Shevchenko UFC Fighter Matrix. Everyone's time is back. That's it, baby. That's it. It's time for a Valentina Shevchenko Fighter Matrix. I know, chat. I know, you're all amped up. Bootatrix, dislike the stream and put my phone down and took a huge sign to support. No, everyone leave this button. No. Sounds like I came in during a gay orgy with Dougie screaming right now. No. You guys are going to love this. Well, you guys are going to love it. You guys are going to love it. Poop Dougie takes Israel money. He's feeding us goy slop. What are you talking about? Guys, come on, man. You guys don't want to do a Valentina Shevchenko Matrix? Come on, man.